Chapter 638. The dark red divine dragon looked ahead with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the formation he set up. Little Shindy, how is it? This emperor's formation isn't bad, right? Not bad, very good. When we return, I'll give you more primordial yang stones. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. Ever since he schemed against Lin Xian last time, all of his primordial yang stones were confiscated. That was why he worked so hard to help Lin Xian this time. It was to get more primordial yang stones so that he could recover his 7 breaths of dragon primary. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. This emperor is going to collect the stones. The dark red divine dragon ran in front of the snow-white little monkey and began to ask for the primordial yang stones. Lin Xian held the slaughter sword in his hand and stared at the 4 Blackwood stronghold elders in front of him. Now it was time for him to take revenge. At this moment, the aura of death around the stone tablet floated and turned into ghost heads, pouncing on them and making them flustered. Moreover, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous and could only control their attacks within an extremely small range. After all, this place was too terrifying. If they were to encounter something, it would probably attract even greater killing intent. At that time, they would be completely finished. Lin Xian didn't have any misgivings. He stared at the 4 people and quickly slashed out with the slaughter sword. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was heavily injured and was forcibly suppressed by him using a 2,000-year-old spiritual medicine. However, the hatred in his heart wasn't suppressed. Instead, it became more and more intense. So this sword was filled with violent power. This sword strike was still aimed at the weakest elder of Blackwood Castle. The weakest black-robed elder had his right arm bitten by a ghost head and was in a state of resistance. However, in the next moment, a violent blood-colored sword aura filled with killing intent quickly slashed over and just happened to cut that elder's right shoulder, cutting off his entire arm. That black-robed elder roared in pain, his face sinister. Brat, I'll definitely kill you. Not only kill you, I'll also kill everyone you know. You and your family will all die in fear. That black-robed elder went crazy and his demon-like voice reverberated in the void. Damn you! Lin Xian's expression was cold, like a god of death. He slashed out with his long sword, and the blood-colored sword chi that filled the sky turned into countless strands of blood, forming a large net that enveloped the arm that he had chopped off. Then the severed arm was quickly wrapped up. With a flash of light, the blood-red sword net ground the severed arm into powder. Lin Xian's every attack contained the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It could be said that he was not inferior to these elders, so he could easily injure them. Seeing that his arm had been destroyed, the elder with the severed arm raised his head and roared. His heart sank completely. With his cultivation, he was still unable to regrow his severed arm, so from now on, he could only be a one-armed old man. Moreover, the loss of his right arm had greatly weakened his strength. However, he was obviously overthinking things because Lin Xian had no intention of letting him leave. Lin Xian swung his sword again. The terrifying sword chi was like the sharpest divine sword, quickly piercing forward. At the same time, the surrounding ghost heads formed by the death aura were nourished by the blood mist and became stronger again. They roared ferociously and pounced on the elder with the severed arm. The 3 elders around him roared angrily, wanting to help. However, they were also pinned down by the surrounding ghost heads and could not escape. The elder with the severed arm resisted frantically, but after 3 slashes, his left arm was chopped off again. No! I can't accept this. Without both arms, the elder had completely lost his combat strength. A blood-colored sword chi, like a cold blood moon, spun rapidly and swept across. In an instant, the elder was cut in half at the waist. The elder's face was filled with unwillingness as his body was split in half. In the end, regret appeared in his eyes, but it was too late. Blood flowed, and the surrounding ghost heads quickly pounced on him, instantly eating the blood and the corpse clean, leaving not a single trace. Seeing this scene, the bodies of the 3 surviving elders trembled, and their hearts were filled with shock. Their comrade had disappeared right in front of their eyes. Not even a corpse was left behind. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The other party asked for it. If he did not kill, they would have been killed. Therefore, he would not show any mercy. After dealing with the black-robed elder, Lin Xian's face became even paler. He was severely injured and could not hold on for much longer. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly and kill the other three. Thinking of this, he reached out with his left hand, and a pitch-black sword appeared. Nirvana sword. The black longsword was filled with the aura of death and nirvana, and it was 70 to 80% similar to the surrounding death aura. Therefore, when Lin Xian's nirvana sword appeared, it immediately caused the surrounding death aura to resonate. As if attracted, the surrounding gray death aura quickly gathered towards the nirvana sword. At this moment, Lin Xian could clearly feel that the nirvana sword in his left hand was rapidly absorbing and growing stronger. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian quickly swung his sword. This time, he aimed at another black-robed elder. "Brat, how dare you!" When the three saw Lin Xian attack again, they immediately shouted angrily. They had already lost one of their men, and they definitely could not let him do it again. However, Lin Xian's nirvana sword was too strange. Especially under such circumstances, it was even more powerful. When the sword was swung, pitch-black sword aura surged, like rolling demonic clouds, and slashed down. At the same time, around the sword aura, countless death aura floated and rushed towards the black-robed elder. Boom! The sword aura landed, and the elder was sent flying while vomiting blood. However, before he could react, another blood-red slaughter sword chi shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian attacked like a madman. The red and black sword aura alternated, forming a violent attack. The surrounding ferocious ghost heads became even more violent and cold under the influence of the nirvana sword. Facing such a violent attack, the black-robed elder could not resist at all. Not long after, his head was sent flying. "No," the leading elder screamed, his heart bleeding. These were the elites of the Blackwood family, and they were all people who could become honorable ones in the future. However, at this moment, all of them had fallen in this place. His heart was filled with regret and hatred. At the same time, his hatred was overflowing. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian into pieces. However, even if he was filled with regret, there was nothing he could do. Not long after, another person also fell into a pool of blood. He was the only one left. "Brat, I want you dead. The Blackwood family will not let you go." The leading elder roared indignantly. "If you didn't come to kill me, would you have fallen? So there's no need to regret. You asked for it." Lin Xian's two swords clashed, forming a cross of red and black sword aura that surged in the air. The two swords combined to form an even more powerful force that quickly rushed towards the last elder. "You want to kill me? Not so easy." Chapter 639. His martial soul's embryonic form was a blazing spear. At this moment, he held it in his hand, looking extraordinarily mighty. The spear trembled, and a sea of fire spread out, colliding with Lin Xian's red and black sword chi. Clang. Under the attack, the void trembled, and terrifying waves that could be seen with the naked eye swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the surrounding stone tablets seemed to be affected, emitting balls of black chi. It was extremely terrifying. "Not good, little Xian, run." At the side, the dark red dragon's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held the nirvana sword and quickly swung it in front of him. Then, he slashed down with his sword and quickly turned around to leave. Above, countless death chi gathered, forming a huge black longsword that crashed down. At the last moment, Lin Xian used his earth-rank martial art, Gale Lightning Sword, and slashed at the elder, wanting to kill him here. That elder's scalp went numb. He tried his best to escape from this place. However, just as he moved, the ground below suddenly cracked open, and a huge rotten palm reached out and grabbed him. At the same time, a death chi that was even more powerful and terrifying than a supremacy instantly filled the surroundings. "Run!" Lin Xian's face was pale. He used his extreme speed movement technique and quickly escaped from this place. He knew that there was no chance for that elder to survive. Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that there were unknown creatures here. The rotten hand grabbed the elder and then squeezed lightly, instantly crushing him into a bloody mist. Then, it grabbed at Lin Xian. At this moment, the gale lightning sword above his head fell and collided with the huge palm, erupting with terrifying energy waves. For a moment, the rotten hand was blocked, and Lin Xian took the opportunity to quickly escape. Under the endless yellow sand, a sword ray rushed out. Then the entire ground surged, and demonic chi surged. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian floated in the sky and looked down with a face full of fear. If he was just a little slower, he would have been left here forever. He didn't expect the 100 Graves taboo formation to give birth to a living creature. How terrifying! The dark red dragon's expression was also grave. Let's go. You can't resist at all now. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. 3 days later, he recovered from his injuries and flew towards Quicksand City. At the same time, the Blackwood clan fell into a state of anxiety. The 4 elders they sent out actually did not have a trace of news. This was definitely not a good thing for them. However, it was impossible for the 4 of them to die. One had to know that the 4 of them had all condensed their martial spirits. If they worked together, the thief would have no chance of surviving. However, 3 days had passed and there was still no news. In fact, they didn't even know if those 4 people were dead or alive. Wait a little longer. They definitely won't have any problems, the patriarch said in a deep voice. However, 2 days later, they received news that the machine was not working. This was because someone had seen Lin Xian appear in the city. What? How is this possible? The higher-ups of the Blackwood Castle didn't believe it. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept it. At the same time, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. A bad premonition was brewing in their hearts. Lin Xian had returned, but there was no news of the 4 people they had sent out. Could it be? They didn't dare to imagine. Impossible. It's impossible for that thief to escape by himself, let alone kill our elders. What if there's a venerable behind him? Someone analyzed. Immediately, the Blackwood Castle's elders gasped, and a trace of horror appeared in their eyes. Could it be someone from the Palace of War? They were bewildered. The patriarch's face was gloomy, and he was trembling with anger. Those 4 people were their patriarch's elites, and they could grow into venerable existences in the future. But now they had all died. This was definitely a huge loss to their clan. Moreover, the current situation showed that there was definitely an expert protecting Lin Xian behind him. Therefore, they couldn't make a move anymore. Alright, this matter ends here. When Yaor returns, it will naturally be resolved. The patriarch ordered. Everyone was indignant, but no one refuted. They could only place their hopes on Blackwood Cliff. However, they were full of confidence. Because Blackwood Cliff was not only their clan's pride, but also one of the few geniuses in the Sand region. He was definitely an existence that the younger generation looked up to. Therefore, as long as Blackwood Cliff made a move, Lin Xian would definitely die. In a quiet courtyard, Lin Xian, Nan Gongseng, and Ma Rulong gathered. The 3 of them sat on the lawn, surrounded by spirit wine and barbecued meat. Come, Brother Xian, a toast to you. I hope you survive. Nan Gongseng said. Brother Lin, congratulations on increasing your strength again. Ma Rulong also raised his wine cup. Come, drink to your heart's content. Lin Xian laughed loudly and clinked cups with the 2 of them. Beside him, the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey also held their wine cups and drank non-stop. Damn, this Blackwood Cliff is too much. They actually sent 4 old bastards. Nan Gongseng drank the spirit wine in one gulp and then cursed angrily. Ma Rulong smiled faintly, thinking that after this, Blackwood Castle would definitely not dare to touch Brother Lin again. No, I still feel aggrieved. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. Indeed, although we killed 4 old dogs, they deserved it. I think we should beat them up. What good idea does Brother Xian have? Nan Gongseng was excited. Does the Blackwood family have any spirit medicine or spirit stone business? Lin Xian asked. Spirit medicine is too rare here, and I don't think you'll be interested in it. However, there are quite a few precious ores. Nan Gongseng said. Does Brother Xian have any good ideas? Precious ores? Lin Xian muttered. That's not bad, why don't we borrow some? There were very few spirit medicine resources here, and even if there were, Lin Xian wouldn't be interested. One must know that he had a bag of several thousand-year-old spirit medicine in his storage ring. However, he really hadn't seen many precious ores. Of course, other than the primordial yang stone. Borrow? Nan Gongseng was puzzled. I have my own plans. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. You two think about it. Do you have any spirit ores that you've been longing for? Hearing this, Nan Gongseng and Merlong looked at each other, and then laughed sinisterly. Seems like you two have thought it through. Seeing their smiles, Lin Xian said with a smile. Brother Xian, you don't know, but other than the Blackwood Castle's Colosseum, there are several spirit ore shops in the city, and they are all famous treasure shops. There are a few things that I've been eyeing for a long time. Nan Gongseng said excitedly. Although he didn't know what Lin Xian's plan was, since the other party said it, he would definitely be able to do it. Ma Rulong was a bit worried. Brother Lin, you can't be thinking of stealing spirit ores, right? If that's the case, I advise you to give up on that idea. Those spirit ore shops are very precious, and there are half-step Venerable Realm experts guarding them, and some are even Venerable Realm experts. Chapter 640. Ma Rulong was a little worried because he knew that the defense of the Blackwood family was too tight. But Lin Xian just smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I have my ways. It's very safe. You just need to give me the addresses of those shops. Then, Ma Rulong took out a map of Quicksand City and pointed out the shops on it. Then, Lin Xian handed the map to the dark red dragon and the white monkey. Go and do it. Wooji Wooji, the white monkey was excited, and the dark red dragon roared again and again. Robbing and robbing, I like it. The dragon and monkey went into the room. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong looked at each other, not knowing what Lin Xian was doing. You two, don't worry and just wait. Lin Xian tasted the wine with a smile. Not long after, the white monkey and the dark red dragon came out. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong turned around and were shocked. Damn, it's a miracle. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching, and the corner of his mouth was twitching. He didn't expect these two guys to have stolen so many things. They probably emptied the shops in the Blackwood Castle, right? Hee, I was too excited and didn't control myself. The dark red dragon laughed. At the side, the snow-white little monkey also had a smug look on its face. Next to the two beasts was a pair of sparkling ores full of pure energy. Their appearance even filled the whole courtyard with spiritual energy. Of course, all of this was obtained from the treasure shop in the Blackwood Castle by the white monkey using a small treasure bowl. Looking at the sparkling ores, Nan Gongseng's mouth watered. He pounced on them. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Isn't it too much? The Blackwood Castle will go crazy. Ma Rulong was also surprised. Is it? The dark red dragon smiled. These are the leftovers. The white monkey nodded. Obviously, these two guys had hidden a lot. Brother Lin, the Blackwood Castle won't go crazy, right? Who cares? Just use it without worry. I guarantee that they won't be able to find this place. Lin Xian was very confident. I won't hold back. Ma Rulong also pounced forward. Damn, golden spirit scarlet flame, or... Nan Gongseng's eyes lit up as he grabbed a fist-sized golden stone. Legend has it that this stone contains powerful metal and fire attributes. It's definitely a sacred object for martial artists who cultivate metal and fire attributes. Black feather stone. Ma Rulong was also shocked. This stone was innately engraved with mysterious energy. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely be a great harvest. Seeing the two of them going crazy, the dark red divine dragon was tempted again. He turned his eyes and stared at the ground, ready to attack. The snow-white little monkey also squinted its big eyes and jumped around happily. Let's split these stones, Lin Xian said with a smile. The few of them went crazy and quickly attacked. In the end, all the treasures and ores on the ground were divided among them. Lin Xian also picked quite a few, and 3 of them were specifically requested by him. The Wild Thunderstone was a stone left behind after the Thunder Trial. It contained the violent power of thunder and lightning, and there were even mysterious thunder patterns on it. The Divine Windstone was produced in the Wind Valley. It contained a gust of wind and had endless magical uses. The Crimson Fire Golden Crow Stone was said to come from the depths of the Sunset Desert and contain the power of strange fire. Lin Xian chose these 3 stones because they were related to his concept. Among them, he had already comprehended the wind and thunder concept. As for the fire concept, although he had not comprehended it, he had once supported the Black Dragon Flame, so he was very familiar with the fire attribute. It would not be difficult to comprehend it. And these 3 stones could help him comprehend the concept. In fact, Lin Xian originally wanted to only cultivate the sword concept, so that he could ensure his concentration. However, the Dark Red Divine Dragon told him to cultivate more concepts, especially the 5 elements concept. It said that it was very important for his future martial arts path. Although the Dark Red Divine Dragon did not elaborate, Lin Xian pondered and finally decided to follow the Dark Red Divine Dragon's instructions. After all, although the Dark Red Divine Dragon's cultivation base had been lost, he had once reached an unbelievable height. What it said must be reasonable. The wind and thunder concept was a variant of the 5 elements concept. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to improve the wind and thunder concept and also comprehend the fire concept as soon as possible. While Lin Xian was going crazy, the few treasure shops in the Blackwood Fort were furious. All the rare ores in their shops had disappeared, leaving only some ordinary goods. Seeing this scene, those attendants directly fainted from fright. Trash, a bunch of trash. An old man roared madly. He was the guardian elder of a rare treasure shop. At this moment, he was roaring madly in his shop. A bunch of people, you can't even see a few stones. Why don't you go die? Elder, those stones suddenly disappeared. Several attendants trembled in fright. Suddenly disappeared? That elder's face darkened. He had not sensed that anyone had come. Moreover, the defensive formation in the surroundings was still there, and there were no signs of it being destroyed. However, the treasures in the shop had disappeared. Ghost, I've seen a ghost alive. That elder trembled with anger. He had no way to explain this to the clan. Moreover, the higher-ups of the clan would definitely not believe such words. A bunch of trash, get lost. Go and investigate. The elder roared angrily. Then he angrily rushed to the clan. He did not dare to hide such a big thing. However, when he arrived at the clan, he was shocked again, because the clan's conference hall was full of elders. Moreover, the clan leader was sitting at the front of the hall with a gloomy face, emitting a terrifying aura. In the center of the hall, several people stood with worried faces. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive. The heart of the elder who came to report was beating wildly. Did the clan already know? Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. He had lost so many rare ores. Even if he was killed, it would not be enough. Thinking of this, he felt his legs go soft. Old Seven, you're here. Suddenly, the clan leader's voice was heard. Swish. Everyone's gaze landed on the elder, causing him to jump in fright. No way could it be that this is also. Everyone sighed, and their expressions were ugly. Old Seven, why are you here? The first elder asked. The 7th elder was covered in cold sweat, and he did not know what to say. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more certain. Something had gone missing in the shop. The 7th elder opened the door with difficulty. Boom. Hearing that, the aura on the clan leader's body suddenly erupted, and it swept in all directions like a tsunami. It was the aura of a supremacy. At that moment, it was extremely strong, and it filled the sky like 100,000 divine mountains. It's just a few things. I think the entire shop has gone missing. The clan leader's voice was cold. Spare me, clan leader. The 7th elder knelt on the ground with a thud, his body trembling. It's as if something has gone wrong today. No one stole it, but those rare treasures disappeared into thin air. Clan leader, I'm not lying. The seventh elder complained in his heart. Even he could not say that, but he could only say it. Of course I believe you. Chapter 641. You're not the first person to say that. Before this, I've already heard it 3 times. The Blackwood stronghold leader's words echoed in the air, causing the seventh elder's body to tremble. In the next moment, he understood and looked at the main hall in disbelief. There, the 3 elders' faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Those elders were the same as him. They were all elders in charge of guarding the clan's treasure hall. Now that they had appeared here with that kind of expression, it was obvious that something similar had happened to him. Understanding this, the 7th elder's mind went blank. The family lost a large number of treasures in 4 treasure shops in one day. This was an unimaginable loss for the family. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that they didn't know who stole their treasures. Patriarch, I think someone must be targeting us. The great elder said in a deep voice. Could it be that thief Lin Xian? Someone asked doubtfully. Impossible, that thief definitely doesn't have this ability. I think it's very likely to be the faction behind him. You're talking about the Palace of Ares? Once these words were said, the entire main hall fell silent again. They were one of the top factions in Quicksand City. The other factions were on par with them, so there was no way they could hide from them. And it seemed that only the Palace of Ares had this ability. Moreover, not long ago, they had ignored the warning of the Palace of Ares and secretly sent people to kill Lin Xian. Now, it was very likely that the Palace of Ares was taking revenge. Are we just going to let this matter go? An elder was unwilling to accept this. Let it go? How is that possible? The leader of the Blackwood stronghold was extremely angry. Investigate thoroughly. You must keep an eye on that thief and see if there's anything unusual about him. Also, once you find the people from the Palace of Ares, immediately report to me. The Blackwood stronghold leader was really angry. One had to know that the treasures they had lost were all rare treasures. Those were the treasures their family had accumulated over decades. Now that they had all been lost, how could he not be angry? His heart was bleeding. Although the Palace of Ares is powerful, our Blackwood stronghold is not easy to bully. Great Elder, go to the Divine Bird Palace and spread the news of Goddess Murong to them. Also, you must invite the people from the Divine Bird Palace. Their Blackwood stronghold was not without a backer, and the Divine Bird Palace was their biggest backer. As long as they could invite people from the Divine Bird Palace, they would no longer fear the Palace of War Gods. In fact, they could even pay back the anger they had suffered before. After the clan leader finished giving his orders, those elders immediately left to do their own things. In the quiet courtyard, Ma Rulong and Nan Gongseng left with smiles after obtaining the precious ores. As for Lin Xian, he had sealed himself off in his courtyard and was meditating in seclusion. He left the defense formation and the safety of the courtyard to the little white monkey and the dark red dragon. He sat under the ancient tree, holding the primordial yang stone with both hands as he cultivated. This yuan yang stone contained pure yang qi, which could fundamentally change one's physique, so since Lin Xian obtained this thing he had not stopped absorbing it. For the transformation from the spirit-detecting realm to the exalt realm, in addition to the concept of the soul, the sublimation of the body's level of life was also extremely important. Lin Xian had consumed the great strength essence in the Lost Lands and transformed his body. His life rating had already reached the level of a venerable, and this Yuan Yang stone could better strengthen his body's level. Moreover, the Yuan Yang stone not only had the effect of improving one's physique, but it could also store and purify the spirit energy in his body. It could be said to be a very top-notch treasure. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity art and absorbed the pure yang qi in his palm. Traces of pure yang qi were like tiny dragons, quickly entering Lin Xian's body and circulating along with the longevity art. An hour later, a slight cracking sound came from his palm. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and deep like the vast stars. He opened his palm and threw away the gravel in his hand. Those gravel were the yuan-yang stones that had been completely absorbed, so they were useless. After absorbing the pure yang qi, Lin Xian took out the wild thunder stone and wind god stone. Next, he was going to comprehend the two concepts of wind and lightning. The power of wind and lightning had accompanied him from the beginning, and it was also the concept that he had comprehended the earliest. Now, these two concepts had reached the great accomplishment stage. And this time, he wanted to use the strange stones in his hand to bring the two concepts of wind and lightning to the great accomplishment stage. Holding the two strange stones, Lin Xian closed his eyes again and began to comprehend. Traces of the strange power of wind and lightning came from his palm. On the two strange stones, inscriptions shone, forming wind and lightning runes that surrounded Lin Xian. From afar, it was very strange. Just like this, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. At the same time, two spies from Blackwood's stronghold quickly came to the quiet courtyard and began to investigate. However, they were met with great resistance. Because there was a layer of invisible formation power that blocked their divine sense and soul. Not good, this is a defensive formation. Quickly go and ask the clan's formation elder. Soon, an old man with sparse hair rushed over. What kind of formation is this? Let me break it. You dare to play with a formation in front of me? What a joke. The old man sneered again and again. Then his hands danced and quickly broke the formation. In the courtyard, the dark red dragon was lying leisurely and contentedly, lying by the pool and basking in the sun. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and revealed an impatient expression. Damn it, where did this little bastard come from? How dare you break my formation? The dark red dragon was so angry that he jumped up. See if I don't play you to death. Then he sneered, raised his dragon claws, and quickly controlled the formation. In the outside world, the Blackwood stronghold formation elder sneered. Soon, we'll be able to break it soon. You two prepare to investigate at any time. The formation elder was abnormally arrogant. There's no formation that I can't break. However, in the next moment he suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Xiao Chen's hands danced as he quickly sent out saber after saber after saber. However, his frown deepened. Soon, the formation elder's expression changed from anxiety to shock, and finally to horror. Bang! The air fluctuated, and a wave of light surged over, sending the formation elder flying. The formation elder flew backward and fell to the ground. His chest felt stuffy and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder, what's wrong with you? The two middle-aged spies were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically, and they asked one after another. Everything was fine just now, and their formation elder had even revealed a victorious expression. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a huge turn. Their formation elder flew backward and even spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The situation was too strange. The Blackwood stronghold formation elder sat on the ground, his eyes in a daze. He kept shouting, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. How could he have such profound attainments in formations?" He was about to go crazy. He had nearly 100 years of cultivation in formations, but he could not see through the changes just now at all. In fact, as soon as he touched it, he was sent flying by the power of the formation. Chapter 642. Impossible. That kid definitely doesn't have such a powerful formation. The Blackwood stronghold formation elder roared. He wouldn't believe that a 17 or 18-year-old kid would be better than him in terms of formations. Could it be that there's a powerhouse from the Palace of Ares living here? The formation elder was terrified. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Then he suddenly jumped up, like a frightened rabbit, and ran away crazily. If the supremacy of the Palace of Ares was really here, then he wouldn't dare to stay. If he angered the supremacy and killed him with a slap, then he would be finished. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only flee. The two middle-aged scouts looked at the formation elder who fled in a daze. Then, the two of them trembled and came to a realization. Even the formation elder was scared away, which meant that there was definitely a terrifying existence here. They couldn't do anything here and might even lose their lives. The two of them understood and left quickly. Their speed wasn't any slower than the formation elders. Seeing the people outside escape, the dark red dragon laughed until his stomach hurt. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. 3 little worms dare to compete with me in terms of formations? How naive. The dark red dragon had a look of disdain. Then, it lazily lay beside the pool and bathed in the sun. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about this little episode. At this moment he was fully focused on comprehending the wind and thunder concept. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. Today was the same as usual. Lin Xian was still sitting under the ancient tree and didn't wake up. However, there were waves of energy coming from afar. They were like waves that came towards him. It was weak at first, but as time passed, the energy waves became stronger and stronger. In the end, it even affected the entire courtyard. Swoosh! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Wind and thunder were annihilated in his eyes. The invisible wind and thunder rune floated around him. It was strange and mysterious. Then it gradually disappeared. Then, the shadow of a true dragon appeared and circled around his body. Along with it was a shocking sword intent. The sword intent was very powerful. It had already surpassed the perfect stage. Or rather, it couldn't be called sword intent. It was a sword soul, the embryonic form of a sword soul. He raised his head and looked at the sky. After sensing it carefully, he frowned. Little Xian, you're awake. The dark red dragon flew over. Hee, I purposely let this energy fluctuation in. You've been meditating for so long, it's time for you to move around. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, he had spent a lot of time comprehending and needed to fight to digest some of it. Furthermore, Xiaochen had gained a lot this time. The state of wind and thunder had reached consummation, and he had also comprehended the state of fire. Currently, he had only reached small perfection. Most importantly, his perfect sword intent had already begun to fuse with the great dragon sword soul, forming the embryonic form of the sword soul. To his surprise, he discovered that some concepts were interlinked. There were a myriad of great Daos, but the heart remained the same. That was why Lin Xian could comprehend them so quickly. If others knew about this, they would probably be scared to death. This kind of speed couldn't be described as extreme, it was abnormal. What a powerful aura. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian transformed into a sword scar and soared into the sky. At this moment, countless martial artists had gathered in Quicksand City. All of them raised their heads and looked towards the sky. In the void, the two martial artists faced each other. Countless rays of light and energy surged on their bodies, covering their entire bodies. It was impossible to see their true appearances. However, judging from the aura of the two, they were very powerful above everyone else. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he stood on top of a building and watched from afar. At the same time, he activated his soul power and listened to the discussions below. Heavens, Xiao Li and Yan Qian. Two peerless geniuses, they actually appeared at the same time. Everyone was excited, their faces filled with ecstasy. 2 of the 4 peerless geniuses of the Quicksand region had appeared at the same time, and they were confronting each other. Right now, this was definitely a shocking event. Peerless geniuses. Lin Xian's heart trembled. The aura of the two was very powerful. They must have had embryonic forms of martial souls, and their strength definitely surpassed those of the older generation. So powerful! Lin Xian carefully sensed and realized that he didn't have the confidence to defeat one of them. Of course, the other party didn't have the confidence to defeat him either. In the void, the two faced each other, forming a special area of pressure. Ordinary extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists would die immediately upon contact. Suddenly, the aura of the two rose, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings, carrying a trace of supremacy aura. So powerful, so unbearable. The martial artists below were frightened and retreated. They couldn't withstand it at all. However, there was one person who didn't retreat. He had a head of blue hair, and his body was surrounded by rays of starlight, like a starry sky war god. At this moment, he also emitted a powerful aura that surged into the sky, not at all weaker than the two geniuses. Who is this person? So terrifying. He can actually resist the pressure of the peerless geniuses. Shen Yalan. A genius from outside the quicksand region, from a king family. He's also a peerless genius. Someone recognized him. The three experts faced each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit, not giving way to each other. The three forces intertwined, forming an even more powerful force that pressed in all directions. The martial artists were frightened and retreated again. Lin Xian stood on top of the building and didn't dodge. Facing the three experts, his blood was boiling. Moreover, he had just merged with the embryonic form of Sword Soul and wanted to use it. Therefore, he didn't retreat. When the force shrouded him, it immediately stimulated the power in his body. Buzz. The void trembled, as if a peerless divine sword was slashing in all directions. An extremely sharp aura surged out like a heavenly pillar, competing with the other three. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect another peerless genius to appear. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. Someone saw the figure and immediately exclaimed. What Lin Xian? Has he grown to such a stage? Many people were shocked, their faces full of horror. Especially the people from the Wang family and Haimu family. Chapter 643. Shen Yaoyan's astral halo shone brightly, and a powerful astral force rushed toward Lin Xian. His attack directly broke the balance formed by the four of them. Suddenly, the area that was originally enveloped by the astral force became an area of abnormally violent energy. The energy was so terrifying that it could annihilate all martial artists below the supremacy level. Boom! The astral force shone like a real star and smashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sword mark appeared in front of him, and he quickly slashed down. The two collided, and a terrifying energy explosion occurred. At the same time, the other two figures also moved quickly and collided with each other. The impact was huge. It was not weaker than Lin Xian's side at all. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. Finally, the two of them separated. Like black lightning, they quickly rushed toward Lin Xian and Shen Yaotian. An intense aura surged, and a ray of light like a rainbow instantly lit up the entire sky. Accompanying it was an extremely sharp aura. The aura was abnormally violent and extremely sharp. In an instant, it quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared and clenched his fist, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the sword, a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. The blood-red sword chi surged like a river of blood, hanging across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. It shook the eardrums of the surrounding people, and some weaker martial artists even bled from their ears and fainted. This strike was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian took a few steps back, and his entire right arm felt numb. One could imagine how powerful his opponent was. However, his opponent did not have it easy either, and retreated with a dazzling light. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw the person's appearance clearly. It was a tall young man with short hair and a burly figure. He held a huge black saber in his hand that emitted a cold light. Shaoli. The saber was unstoppable. The aura was extremely sharp, as if it could split the entire sky. Furthermore, that powerful attack power was on par with Lin Xian's. As expected of a top expert from the Sand region, his strength was terrifying to the extreme. After that attack, Shaoli didn't continue to tangle with Sun Yaotian. Instead, he quickly attacked Sun Yaotian. At the same time, another powerful figure dashed towards Lin Xian at high speed. This person's skin was dark and his facial features were regular. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Crimson runes covered his entire body. The demonic runes exuded a terrifying aura. With a punch, the void was torn apart. The terrifying fist was like a demonic mountain that was pushing out at high speed. Unlike the sharpness of Shaoli's fist, this fist was extremely violent, and its terrifying power seemed to be able to suppress everything. This young man was abnormally domineering. Demonic runes flickered all over his body, making him look like a supreme demon king. He quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. This person was also one of the exceptional experts of the Sand region. His name was Yen Qitian, and he was extremely mysterious and powerful. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the entire Sand region. At this moment, he punched towards Lin Xian, wanting to destroy him. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying astral wind had already blown over, causing the surrounding air to boil. Within the violent force, there was a crimson light that seemed to be able to stir up Lin Xian's blood and qi. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. The sword's soul in his body circulated quickly, and he immediately suppressed this impulse. Then, he held the slaughter sword in his hand. On the tip of the sword, a huge dragon claw condensed and slammed down. The crimson dragon claw landed, tearing everything apart. A monstrous pressure accompanied it, as if the entire space couldn't withstand it. The huge dragon claw and the terrifying fist collided. It was as if two divine mountains had collided. Countless thunderbolts exploded in the surroundings, causing the entire sky to boil. After one attack, the two of them were evenly matched. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Sword qi surged from his body, as if a sword god had descended. On the opposite side, Yen Qitian's demonic runes flickered, filled with a mysterious aura. After one attack, he also quickly retreated. The entire space was abnormally chaotic. The four of them attacked each other, almost tearing the sky apart. Dozens of huge stars lined up in the sky, forming a huge hand of stars that pressed down on Lin Xian mercilessly. Following that was a shocking blade light. There were actually two sky prides attacking Lin Xian at the same time. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he activated the embryonic form of the sword soul in his body. In the next moment, a hazy sword light covered the longsword. Suddenly, the slaughter sword in his hand trembled as if it had a mind of its own. The low roar of a dragon and sword reverberated, as if awakening from endless time. A ray of sword qi, like a long dragon, swept out in all directions. This ray of sword qi was even more resplendent, several times stronger than the previous one. The sword light surged, tearing the sky apart, and collided with the two attacks. Boom! Dazzling energy exploded, and terrifying waves surged out. Lin Xian's face was pale as he constantly retreated in the void. In an instant, a beautiful red lotus bloomed on his body. The red lotus armor covered his entire body, blocking the terrifying force outside his body. Invisibility kill. Lin Xian stabilized his body and stabbed out with his sword. The sword qi flashed and disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Xiao Li and Xin Yaotian. Lin Xian used the concept of wind for this sword. It could be said to be a hidden killer move. Lin Xian was not the only one who attacked. Yen Qitian also attacked. In an instant, Xiao Li and Xin Yaotian also grunted as their bodies retreated. The crowd below was horrified. Many of them were hit by the energy impact, and some were even injured. However, they still refused to leave. Such an exciting battle would not happen again if they missed it. Fortunately, they were all probing attacks. After exchanging a few blows, the four of them retreated again and stood in four different directions. In an instant, the chaotic scene became incomparably silent. However, the oppressive aura in the air became even thicker, as if it was about to solidify. Haha, awesome. Yen Qitian's body was covered in fiery red demonic runes. He was like a demon king as he laughed. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Pumph. Xin Yaotian snorted. He was born in a sovereign family and had high standards since he was young. He thought that he was the best in the world. Now, there were actually 3 people who were on par with him. This made him extremely depressed. Moreover, one of them was a guy that he had once regarded as an ant. Now, he was actually able to compete with him. This made him go crazy. Xiao Li did not speak. He silently looked at Lin Xian and the other two. Then, a saber radiance rushed out from his body. He became one with his saber and quickly left. Then the other two left as well. Lin Xian's battle intent gradually disappeared. He also turned into a sword radiance and disappeared in the air. Today's battle made him very emotional. At the same time, He had a deep understanding of the combat strength of the top youths in the Sand region. These people had already condensed their martial souls and were at the half-step honorable realm. They were not weaker than him. To be able to compete with so many young experts, Lin Xian felt carefree. Chapter 644. Of course, Lin Xian knew that their strengths were about the same. Even if they fought with all their strength, it was likely that both sides would suffer. If he wanted to win and stand above everyone else, he would have to enter the venerable realm and become a venerable. Or he would have to condense a true martial soul. Lin Xian's current cultivation was only at the late spirit detecting realm. It would be difficult for him to enter the venerable realm. At least in terms of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do so. But he could condense a true martial soul. Moreover, in this aspect, he had an advantage over everyone else. He already had the great dragon sword soul within his body. As long as he fused his perfect sword intent with it, his sword soul would be complete. This process would be much faster than the others. Of course, the others also had advantages in cultivation that Lin Xian didn't have. So, the next step would be to see who would be the first to condense a true martial soul. Lin Xian took a deep breath and landed in the quiet courtyard. There were still over 10 days before the Alliance Martial Assembly would begin. Many martial artists would participate. Not only would there be peerless masters from Sand region, but there would also be geniuses from outside the region like Shen Yaotian. Thus, the upcoming battles would be extremely fierce and dangerous. Of course, these people all had different goals. Some came for Heavenly Maiden Murong, and some came to make a name for themselves. But no matter what, these people were all Lin Xian's enemies. He had to defeat everyone in order to obtain the divine dream bone. It wasn't just Lin Xian who wanted to condense a true martial soul, everyone else had the same idea. Only by condensing a true martial soul would one be able to suppress the younger generation and become the #1 character of the younger generation. There were still around 10 days until the Alliance Martial Assembly began. Lin Xian went into seclusion once more, fully fusing with the great dragon sword soul. Ever since the battle with Xiao Li and the other two peerless masters, the entire Quicksand City hadn't calmed down. Everyone was in a state of excitement. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about the scene from that day. Countless martial artists were discussing who was stronger among Lin Xian's group of 4. Moreover, more and more masters flooded into Quicksand City. When these people heard the names of Lin Xian and the others, they weren't convinced and wanted to fight. However, Lin Xian and the others hadn't appeared since that last battle. In Blackwood's stronghold, the elders of the Black Screen clan gathered together. At this moment, their faces were full of excitement and joy because the first elder had sent back a message. He had successfully invited the outstanding genius of the Divine Bird Palace and would arrive in a few days. Furthermore, what made them even more excited was that the genius of their clan, He Muya, who was also one of the most exceptional experts of the Sand region, had returned to the clan today. He Muya was a skinny young man. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he had a unique aura about him. Not long after he returned to his family, he heard the news that his family had been damaged. After asking around, he found out that this matter was related to a young man named Lin Xian. A little martial artist at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm dares to provoke our family. Do you really think that there's no one in the Darkwood family? He Muya coldly snorted, a strong killing intent appearing in his eyes. Be careful. That little thief is extremely valiant. A few days ago, he fought with Xiao Li, Yan Qitian and the others. Presumably, his strength is already not inferior to them. Father, don't worry. I'm confident. Moreover, this little thief has repeatedly bullied the Blackwood stronghold. I will definitely cut him down. He Muya was very confident. Even if Lin Xian displayed his valiant strength, he would not be afraid. On this day, He Muya stood above Quicksand City. His loud voice was like rolling thunderclouds that spread out in all directions. Lin Xian, come out and face your death. At this moment, all the martial artists in Quicksand City were in an uproar. They all looked up at the sky. He Muya has returned. Many people exclaimed. This He Muya is really powerful. As soon as he returned, he started a battle with Lin Xian. There's no other way. Their He Muya family suffered such a big loss at the hands of Lin Xian. Naturally, they have to return the favor. I'm afraid this battle won't be easy. You have to know that Lin Xian is already able to contend with those geniuses. Not necessarily. He Muya definitely knows this news. However, he still dares to fight with Lin Xian. I think he has enough confidence. Perhaps he has some trump card in his hand. Everyone was discussing and looking forward to this battle. However, to their disappointment, Lin Xian did not seem to know about this matter and never appeared. Gutless rat. I was wondering what kind of expert you were. It turns out that you're just a coward. He Muya's voice echoed in Quicksand City. Fine, I'll let you live for a few days. When you come out, I'll immediately take your dog life. He Muya sneered a few times, then quickly descended to the ground. Suddenly, the news spread like wildfire to every corner of Quicksand City. Everyone knew that He Muya was determined to fight with Lin Xian. Perhaps when Lin Xian appeared, it would be the day of the battle. Nan Gongseng and Ma Long were also worried. Although they had seen Lin Xian's strength with their own eyes, He Muya's reputation was too great. He was almost equivalent to the top battle strength of the younger generation in Quicksand City. It could be said that it was difficult to find a worthy opponent. Now that he announced in such a high-profile manner that he wanted to kill Lin Xian, they were afraid that he did not come with good intentions. The two of them went to the quiet courtyard, but found that it was enveloped by a mysterious array and could not enter. No wonder Lin Xian did not appear. It turned out that he was in seclusion. The two of them sighed and then returned to the arena with worried faces. They could not help much in this situation. They could only pray that Lin Xian's strength would increase greatly. Lin Xian did not know about He Muya's clamor and provocation. At this moment, he was cultivating and fusing with the great dragon sword soul, trying to condense a true martial soul. Now, he did not want to waste a single moment. He was racing against time. Whoever condensed a true martial soul first would be the top expert of the younger generation. Moreover, once he condensed a martial soul, Lin Xian would have the strength of a venerable. At that time, his safety would be greatly increased. However, these days, his martial soul fusion seemed to have reached a bottleneck and did not improve. Boy, just seclusion is useless. Although your martial soul is fierce, it lacks a trace of killing intent and blood. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. Without going through the baptism of blood, it could not be considered a true martial soul. Lin Xian was silent. As an ancient expert, the dark red divine dragon had extraordinary knowledge. Its words must have some truth. Moreover, Lin Xian himself felt that his martial soul seemed to be lacking something. You need some battles. Not the kind of killing, but a real battle. The dark red divine dragon reminded, these days, your battles were either because you were too weak and were too lazy to fight, or because they were too strong and you could not contend against them. The only battle that could be said to be at the same level was the battle with the three great geniuses. However, in that battle, you were only probing attacks and did not have any effect at all. Only by going all out and squeezing out all your potential can you stimulate the martial soul fusion again. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. From the dark red divine dragon's words, it seemed that it wanted him to find those peerless geniuses to compete. Chapter 645. Don't worry, I won't cheat you this time. The dark red dragon explained, of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to take the risk. You have the dragon sword soul, so you'll be able to condense a martial soul sooner or later. However, it might take a year or two. Kid, if you're not happy, condensing a martial soul in 1 or 2 years is already very heaven-defying. You should know that ordinary warriors can't reach this step without 200 or 300 years. But you used 1 or 2 years to complete the journey that others took 100 or 200 years. It's absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, if you use my method, you'll be able to condense a real martial soul in a short time. After all, you already have the dragon sword soul. What you need to do now is to fuse with them. And the life and death battle is the accelerator of the fusion. If there's a big battle, how long will it take to fuse them into a real martial soul? Lin Xian asked. With your aptitude, about 10 days is definitely not a problem. 10 days? Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was about the time when the Alliance combat meet would begin. But Lin Xian nodded, his eyes full of fighting spirit. You'll be in great danger. If you don't sublimate in battle, you'll die in battle. You have to think carefully. I've already thought it through. The path of martial arts is against the heavens. If I don't be ruthless to myself now, who knows when I'll be killed by others. Rather than that, it's better to have a vigorous battle with an expert like now. Even if I die, I'll have no regrets. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and the fighting spirit in his eyes kept rising. Okay, I'll set up a defensive array here and wait for your return. Lin Xian nodded, and then his palms danced. The power of wind and thunder intertwined. A cyan longbow appeared in his hand. At the same time, lightning surged on his right hand, forming a golden arrow. Clear wind bow. Lin Xian used an ancient skill. He raised the bow, sensed carefully, and shot an arrow. Bang! The air trembled and the air waves rolled. The golden arrow turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the air. The Blackwood Castle was brightly lit. In a magnificent hall, there was singing and dancing. At this moment, He Muya was drinking wine and chatting with the one-fist youth martial artist. He was extremely angry. The auras of these young martial artists were abnormal. They were at the same level in the distance, and 2 or 3 of them even had extremely powerful cultivations, only slightly weaker than Blackwood Cliff. They were all fellow disciples of Blackwood Cliff, disciples of Yellow Sand Valley, a 6-star sect in the Sand region. Senior brother is mighty. You scared that brat so much that he doesn't even dare to show his face. What expert? I think he's just a coward. The group of people sneered. If that brat dares to come out again, there's no need for senior martial brother to make a move, we'll be able to kill him. All right, a piece of trash isn't worth mentioning. He Muya shook his head. Senior brother Ya, is that Murong goddess really here? A few young disciples changed the topic. Hearing this, the others also pricked up their ears and their eyes lit up. Yes, that should be right. I think we'll be able to see it during the Alliance battle. He Muya said with a smile. When the time comes, I'll defeat all the strong enemies and pursue Murong Tianzhu. I'll be your senior sister-in-law. A senior brother is mighty. The group of youths shouted madly. Boom. At this moment, the top of the main hall suddenly exploded. Violent energy wreaked havoc and a golden light shot towards He Muya as fast as lightning. Wherever it passed, golden electric arcs jumped and pierced through the void. This attack was extremely powerful and was enough to kill 6 or 7 ultimate warriors at the same time. The surrounding disciples' expressions changed. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack their senior martial brother. He Muya's pupils constricted and he snorted coldly. From his body, a black shadow quickly rushed out and pounced forward. That black shadow was a black tree branch. It spread out in the air and formed a black tree palm that suddenly grabbed down. With a grasp, it grabbed the golden arrow tightly. You're just a small... Before he could finish his sentence, the golden arrow suddenly exploded. Countless electric arcs jumped and intertwined to form a sea of lightning that instantly enveloped He Muya. Senior martial brother. A few disciples exclaimed, their faces full of horror. Kakaka. However, in the next moment, countless black trees suddenly emerged from the golden sea of lightning and spread rapidly. From the looks of it, it was clearly a large black tree. The countless black branches danced and pierced through the golden sea of lightning. Not long after, the entire violent sea of lightning disappeared. Behind the black tree was He Muya's figure. In front of him was a wall made of black tree branches that blocked all attacks. However, the front of the wall was charred black and there were even small cracks in some places. He Muya, come out and die. In the next moment, an earth-shattering voice sounded. It was as if divine thunder had descended and resounded in all directions. Countless martial artists were shocked and rushed to the streets. The people of the He Muya family were even more panicked. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian's voice. Everyone was excited and went crazy. Previously, when He Muya challenged Lin Xian, there was no response, which disappointed everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to attack this time. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the main hall, countless black tree branches twitched and retracted into He Muya's body. Lin Xian. He Muya's face was cold as he gritted his teeth and said, a shocking murderous aura spread from his body. At the same time, the elders of the He Muya family came to the main hall with solemn expressions. Don't worry, I'll kill him now. He's just a thief. There's no need for senior brother to take action. I'll take him down. A black-clothed young man said. His aura was very powerful and he had already condensed a trace of martial soul. But He Muya nodded. He could take this opportunity to see Lin Xian's strength. Suddenly, the black-clothed young man's face lit up and he disappeared from the main hall. The black-clothed young man appeared in the void and his eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? Come out and die. The black-clothed young man shouted and his body emitted a terrifying aura. A trace of martial soul's power spread out. Everyone below was shocked and looked at the sky in horror. This person is so powerful. Chapter 646. With one sword, he nailed the warrior who had condensed a trace of martial soul to the ground. This scene was too shocking. Moreover, Lin Xian killed his opponent in seconds without even showing his face. This method was too terrifying. In the main hall of Blackwood Fort, the atmosphere was very solemn. Those young warriors were frightened and trembling slightly. Is this the young man they despised? He's so strong. That black-clothed young man was ranked third among them, second only to Blackwood Cliff. But now, he was defeated with one sword. Blackwood Cliff might not be able to do it. Blackwood Cliff, if you want to be a coward, you can continue to send others. Lin Xian's voice sounded again. The spectating warriors were shocked. They thought Blackwood Cliff was strong enough, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to be even fiercer. He didn't take Blackwood Cliff seriously at all. Bang! A powerful aura burst out, and a figure appeared in the void. I wanted to let you live for a few more days, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Blackwood Cliff was full of killing intent. Swish! Lin Xian's figure appeared. This place is too small. I can't use my full strength. Do you dare to fight outside the city? It doesn't matter where you go. Today is your doomsday. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Xian turned into a flowing light and left quickly. Blackwood Cliff quickly followed behind. The two of them disappeared from Quicksand City like lightning. They disappeared. Go after them. Many warriors chased after them. They didn't want to miss such a big battle. The people of Blackwood Fort also followed. There were even venerables among them, but they were stopped by the city master and the Ma family's elder. Everyone, let the younger generation solve their own problems. The venerables of Blackwood Fort had ugly expressions. There were 9 layers of venerables, and each layer had a world of difference. The highest cultivation among them was only at the 2nd layer of venerables. They were no match for City Master Qi. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying Ma family's elder beside him. Unless they invited their old ancestor, they wouldn't be enough. Forget it, all of you stay. You have to believe in Yether. An aged voice rang out, causing the void to tremble. The few venerable ones from Blackwood Fort trembled when they heard this. They knew that their ancestor had spoken. Yether is shockingly talented. He will definitely be able to kill that little bastard. The group of venerables waited patiently. The Sunset Desert was a desolate place. 2 figures descended. They were none other than Lin Xian and He Muya. You really know how to choose your own grave. He Muya sneered, but I won't let you die so easily. I will torture you to death bit by bit. Cut the crap. Today, only one of us can leave. Lin Xian shouted coldly, turning into a sword ray and rushing out. A shocking sword chi slashed out violently. It was extremely breathtaking and tore apart the sky. The spiritual chi in front of him was sucked dry, and all of it surged into the sword chi, making it even more powerful. Scram! He Muya punched out, and numerous black tree trunks gushed out. They were like numerous venomous snakes that rapidly coiled and formed a terrifying Heimuya fist. Boom! The blackwood fist collided with the sword chi, causing the entire void to explode. The terrifying sword chi and whistling energy wreaked havoc, and a terrifying sound spread out in all directions. Look, they're fighting! Some powerful martial artists rushed over and hid in the distance to watch. There were very few martial artists, and most of them could not keep up with Lin Xian and Heimuya's speed. However, this terrifying scene provided them with guidance. It was as if an ancient divine beast had awakened, and its powerful strength was shocking. He looked at Heimuya, who was rushing toward him, and quickly grabbed the dragon sword soul and slashed down. A deep dragon roar sounded. Wherever the dragon sword passed, it had the power to split mountains. The dazzling sword chi crisscrossed, cutting the spreading black tree branches. Not only that, but the whole world seemed to be cut in half. Boom! In an instant, the demonic tree branches in front of Heimuya were all destroyed. He snorted, raised the shield in his left hand, and placed it in front of him. Clang! Crack! The shield lasted for a moment, and then it quickly cracked. Heimuya's expression changed greatly. The small black tree in his hand swept horizontally, striking out a black hazy light. Only then was the large dragon sword chi swept away. However, the terrifying sword intent still caused him to retreat continuously. Lin Xian's attack succeeded, but he was also in danger. Chapter 647. The 5 black lights were like the spears of the death god. They carried an extremely dangerous aura and instantly collided with Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian roared angrily and quickly operated the Red Lotus battle suit. Streaks of blood-red glazed light bloomed. The entire Red Lotus battle suit was dripping with blood. It was very demonic. The Red Lotus in the center seemed to come alive and swayed slightly. Boom! The martial Dao black light blasted on it and quickly exploded. Terrifying black gas filled the air and enveloped the world. Haha! Heimuya stopped his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked up and laughed. You're still seriously injured after being hit by my death god light. Let's see how you fight me. He was very happy. The small black tree was the embryonic form of his martial soul. Moreover, the attack just now was his ultimate move. The death god light could deprive a martial artist of their vitality and cause them to die. Anyone who was hit by it would either die or be seriously injured. It was very ruthless. This time, he risked taking Lin Xian's sword to attack. As expected, he hit. Placing the small black tree in front of him, Heimuya operated a mysterious technique to repair the damage. Then, he stepped into the void and walked forward step by step. The black wood on his body surged and formed a spear that he held in his hand. He wanted to torture Lin Xian to death. However, just as he walked in front of the black fog, a bright sword light suddenly split open. The speed was so fast that his eyelids twitched wildly. At the critical moment, the small black tree in front of him bloomed with light. The hazy black light blocked the sword. At that time, the terrifying and sharp sword chi still sent Heimuya flying. Heimuya flew backward and retreated hundreds of feet before he could stop himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood. In his carelessness, he was injured again. Lin Xian. Heimuya's eyes shot out a terrifying light as he stared ahead. The black fog in front of him disappeared, and Lin Xian's voice appeared. The Red Lotus battle suit on his body flickered, but there was a black mark on his chest. That was the place where the 5 black lights swept past. The death god light was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had the Red Lotus battle suit, he was still injured. However, he endured the pain and forcibly stopped himself. He did not retreat in order to suddenly attack Heimuya. Sure enough, Heimuya was careless and fell for it. Although both of them were injured, Heimuya's injuries were more serious. Brat, you've completely enraged me. Heimuya's voice was hoarse, like that of a devil. 2 black rays of light shot out from his eyes, like the flames of hell. Heimuya roared like a ferocious beast. In front of him, the light emitted by the small black tree was even more dazzling. It was like a black sun that was slowly rotating. Holy tree, enter my body. Heimuya shouted in a deep voice. His voice was very low and hoarse, as if it came from hell. The small black tree in front of him rotated and emitted a black light. Wisps of black mist filled the air and formed a light cocoon that enveloped the blackwood cliff. Then, the small tree slowly took root in Heimuya's chest. Gulp. With the combination of the two, a world-shaking aura emanated from Heimuya's body. This aura was very shocking. Even if he was not a real venerable one, he was probably not far from it. Die! Heimuya sneered and turned into a black light, quickly rushing towards Lin Xian. Around him, the black aura roared ferociously like a black torrent. Black Demon Tree, live! With a low shout, Heimuya formed a seal with his palm and pressed it against the void. The small black tree in front of his chest bloomed with light and spat out a seed. It was accompanied by a palm print. Bang! The void trembled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The closer he got to the purplish-black giant tree, the stronger the pressure Lin Xian felt. It was as if he was going to explode. Fortunately, he had the fledgling sword soul. The black sword chi pierced through the purplish-black light and quickly penetrated deeper. Boom! The power inside was even more terrifying. In an instant, Lin Xian's body was trembling. The red lotus battle garment on his body formed a strong defense, but the power still caused him to bleed from the corner of his mouth. He had suffered internal injuries. Lin Xian let out a long roar. His black hair danced wildly as he merged with his body and rushed into the sky. Bang! In the next moment, he collided with the purplish-black giant tree. The power of the Sword of Nirvana caused the purplish-black giant tree to lose its life. At the same time, the black sword chi was extremely sharp and quickly cut in all directions. Crack crack! Lin Xian flew out, and the giant tree that covered the sky was also torn into pieces. Kid, you have some skills. But die. Chapter 648. Death Flower Burial. Heimuya laughed sinisterly as he formed a seal with his palm and slammed it down. Lin Xian's body was like a phantom as he dodged rapidly. However, he was still struck by the palm wind. Buzz. The next moment, he was sent flying as he felt something shatter in his body. Bam bam, bam bam. Lin Xian's heart suddenly shrank. He felt the power of death recur in his body and quickly take away his vitality. That feeling was very similar to his Nirvana sword. However, it was even stranger than his Nirvana sword. In the next moment, a black petal condensed behind Lin Xian and kept pulsating. With every pulsation, the black petal would grow stronger while Lin Xian's vitality would weaken. Nirvana Sword Chi. Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat as he quickly circulated the Nirvana sword. Black sword chi filled his body and quickly resisted the black petal. At the same time, the sword of slaughter slashed out and blocked Heimuya, who was pouncing over. Ha, it's useless. No one can escape from the death flower, not even supremacies. Heimuya laughed wildly as if he could already see Lin Xian's appearance after his vitality was taken away. Lin Xian did not say a word. He held the sword of slaughter in his hand and looked at Heimuya vigilantly. At the same time, he quickly used the Nirvana sword chi to resist the death flower. Heimuya's attack succeeded, but he did not attack. Instead, he looked ahead with a mocking expression. He wanted to enjoy Lin Xian's painful death. Lin Xian was indeed in great pain. His organs were beginning to age and decline. If he had not consumed the essence of the earth and reached the supremacy realm, he would have died long ago. Even so, he probably could not hold on for long. He's quite persistent. Heimuya was greatly surprised. Even a prodigy of the same level as him could not hold on for so long. Lin Xian in front of him could hold on for so long. However, it was useless no matter how long it lasted. Sooner or later he would become a dried corpse. Lin Xian was in pain. He frantically circulated the Nirvana sword chi to destroy the death aura in his body. However, this was too slow. He gritted his teeth and decided to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Under such circumstances, it was dangerous to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He had not fully fused with it, so he might hurt himself. However, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to fight. A deep dragon roar resounded as the Great Dragon Sword Spirit roared and rushed towards the Death Flower. A single strike was all it took to disperse it. However, Lin Xian also suffered internal injuries, bleeding from many parts of his internal organs. Activating the art of longevity, he quickly healed himself. At the same time, he madly absorbed the surrounding spirit qi. At the same time, the Nirvana sword devoured the flower of death to strengthen itself. What? This is impossible. He Muya's face was filled with shock. He saw the death flower behind Lin Xian turn dim, as if it was about to disappear. No one could escape from the flower of death. How did he do it? He Muya was shocked in his heart. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he charged forward once more. He wanted to take advantage of Lin Xian's weakness to quickly kill him. When Lin Xian saw He Muya, his eyes spewed flames of anger. He suppressed his injuries while quickly slashing out with the slaughter sword. Blood-colored sword qi surged, filled with madness and bloodthirst as it slashed towards He Muya. The void trembled as if it was about to shatter. This sword was extremely violent. Moreover, it contained Lin Xian's intense killing intent, causing the slaughter sword to tremble. The void was torn apart as the blood-colored sword qi instantly cut apart the black fog around He Muya. The sword's soul's aura pierced his skin, causing him to tremble. Nirvana sword. Before the first sword landed, another sword rose. The Black Death sword qi was vast and mighty like the long river of hell, eerie and terrifying. This Nirvana sword had once absorbed the death aura in the 100 Graves taboo formation. Now that it had devoured the death flower, it had become even stronger. The aura of Nirvana caused He Muya to tremble. He roared and activated the embryonic form of his martial soul with all his might to resist. The small black tree in front of his chest blossomed with light. Black qi revolved around it, resisting the two-sword qi. The two-sword qi of Nirvana and slaughter were blocked, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. However, the embryonic form of the sword soul was unaffected, and it crashed into He Muya's body. He Muya screamed as the defense in front of his chest was torn apart. Two sword marks appeared, and it was a ghastly sight. Lin Xian held his sword with both hands and quickly rushed forward to engage in close combat. He was like a demon god, and the more he fought, the braver he became. He waved his two swords, and the embryonic form of the dragon sword's soul roared, unleashing its power to the extreme. He Muya was stunned by this domineering aura, and could only passively defend. However, Lin Xian's embryonic form of the sword soul was too powerful, and every attack could injure him. Therefore, after a few moves, he was already heavily injured. In fact, this was very normal, because the dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth, and it was far superior to ordinary martial souls. Therefore, even though Lin Xian's cultivation was behind He Muya's, his actual combat power was stronger than his opponent's. However, He Muya did not know this. He was very sullen now. He was a prodigy, and he was invincible in the sand region, but now he was being suppressed by a youth whose cultivation was far behind his. This made him feel humiliated. In the distance, those martial artists who were hiding to watch the battle were even more stunned. Lin Xian actually had the upper hand, and this was beyond their expectations. Especially those martial artists from He Muya Fort, they were even more disbelieving. Impossible, this must be an illusion. Lin Xian held his two swords and operated the embryonic form of the sword soul, and a terrifying sword qi spread out in all directions. At this moment he was completely immersed in the wonderful effects of the dragon sword soul, and every sword was full of spirituality and power. Die! He Muya roared as if he had gone mad. His hands formed a strange seal, and he urged the embryonic form of the black tree martial soul. Bang! A shocking power burst out, and Lin Xian was blasted away. Blood flowed out of He Muya's body and flowed into the small black tree. The small black tree was nourished by the blood, and it began to grow crazily, becoming incomparably huge in an instant. Moreover, there was a flower on it which looked like a flower of death. At this moment, the flower petals bloomed, and a black ball condensed in the center. The power inside flowed crazily, and every trace was frightening. Forbidden technique, Death Ray. He Muya roared as he urged the small tree with all his strength. Suddenly, the black ball of light rotated and shot out a black beam of light. Not good, it's a forbidden technique. It's too difficult to use it now. In the distance, the elders of He Muya Fort were shocked. They wanted to stop it, but they found that it was too late. At this moment, Lin Xian felt the threat of death, which was even more intense than the death ray. He urged the red lotus armor to the extreme, and at the same time, combined the two swords in his hands, forming a crimson-black sword. Great Dragon Slash. Lin Xian's arm fell, and he slashed out with his sword. Sword chi surged like the roar of a true dragon, and the scene was terrifying. Sword chi shone, covering heaven and earth, and the death ray flew, carrying the power of hell. Boom! A shocking explosion occurred, and the entire sky collapsed. Lin Xian and He Muya were sent flying at the same time. There was a fist-sized hole in Lin Xian's abdomen, and blood flowed out. That was the power of the death ray. Not only did it shatter the red lotus armor, but it also heavily injured him. On the opposite side, He Muya was also in a miserable state. Chapter 649. The shocking attack caused both Lin Xian and Lin Xian to suffer heavy injuries. Lin Xian was pierced by the death ray, while He Muya had a terrifying sword wound on his chest, which almost split him in half. Lin Xian stopped himself from retreating and quickly used the immortality chant to suppress his wound. Then, his eyes emitted a shocking light. It was like a sword aura that swept in all directions. Staring coldly at He Muya in the distance, Lin Xian charged forward again. The battle just now made his blood boil. He felt a hidden power awakening in his body, and the great dragon sword seemed to be more spiritual than before. Seeing the effect of the battle, how could Lin Xian give up? He roared and charged forward like a god of war. Although Lin Xian was severely injured, he became more courageous as the battle went on. The sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light, and streaks of sword aura flew out, forming a curtain of light. Violent energy surged, and a large amount of yellow sand was swept up. Every sword could split a huge mountain. Sword of Slaughter. Sword of Nirvana. The two killer moves were used at the same time, sealing off a part of the sky. Lin Xian charged forward, not even leaving himself a way out. Therefore, he was prepared to die in this battle. Only in this way could he completely stimulate the great dragon sword soul's battle intent. He Muya was severely injured, and he was extremely shocked. He had a trace of retreating, but now he was forced to do so by Lin Xian's aura. However, as a prodigy, his pride did not allow him to escape halfway. With a furious roar, He Muya's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he charged forward. The small black tree in front of his chest emitted a black fog, which shrouded him like a demonic cloud. At this moment, He Muya's entire body had turned into wood. It was very demonic. He threw out 81 punches in a row, and the terrifying energy was like the Milky Way, vast and mighty. It was as if millions of divine mountains had crashed into each other, causing a huge crack in the sky. However, Lin Xian's aura was too fierce, especially when he fully activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. His combat strength was extremely powerful. The sword aura was like a dragon, tearing apart the fist techniques in the sky and slashing toward He Muya. Clang! Countless black branches grew out of Blackwood Cliff's body like demonic tentacles, blocking the attack. Furthermore, the sound of metal and stone trembling could be heard. Just the aftermath of the sound caused countless cracks to appear on the ground, spreading in all directions. It was obvious how terrifying this attack was. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know what He Muya's martial spirit was. It was so strange that it could block his attack. However, he didn't need to know. In terms of battle prowess, no martial soul could compare to the Great Dragon Sword Soul. With a dragon's roar and sword cry, the long sword exerted strength once more, tearing apart Blackwood Cliff's defenses and slashing him flying. This time, the wound was even more terrifying. Ah! He Muya roared madly as the branches and leaves on his body swayed. The shadow of the huge tree of death spread out and rushed out of the void, pressing down on Lin Xian. Umph! Lin Xian coldly snorted, and the great dragon sword spirit erupted. A phantom of a true dragon soared into the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, wanting to tear the sky apart. Boom! In an instant, the tree of death was destroyed and quickly dissipated. Hei Muya's face was pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Impossible! He couldn't believe that the embryonic form of his martial spirit that he was so proud of was defeated so easily. This time, he didn't have any fighting spirit in his heart. His entire aura disappeared as he fell downwards. Lin Xian's longsword emitted a large amount of light as it slashed downwards. "Junior, how dare you!" An angry roar sounded, followed by several figures rushing over from afar. They arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! One of them made a move. A glowing fist fell downwards like a mountain, intercepting Lin Xian's sword chi. Clang! The fist collided with the fist and resisted for a moment before it was cut in half. What? Several people were shocked. They were the elders of Blackwood Fort. Their cultivation was very strong and they had all condensed the embryonic form of their martial spirits. However, they couldn't even block a single strike from Lin Xian, which made them extremely shocked. The martial artists watching the battle from afar were even more shocked. No wonder Lin Xian was able to defeat Blackwood Cliff. His attack power was too terrifying. "Block it for me." Two elders made a move, releasing extremely dazzling attacks. Only then were they able to block the sword chi. At this moment, another elder made a move and took Blackwood Cliff away. At this moment, Blackwood Cliff was seriously injured and unconscious. The three Blackwood Fort's elders' hearts were heavy and their faces were full of anger. Their genius disciple had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. They couldn't accept it. Looking at Lin Xian, the three of them were full of murderous intent. At this moment, Lin Xian was also seriously injured. The wound on his abdomen was bleeding again. The three of them pondered. This was the best opportunity to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's sword strike just now made their hearts tremble. That casual sword strike actually required the two of them to work together to resist. If Lin Xian attacked with all his strength, perhaps the three of them wouldn't be able to take him down. Lin Xian looked at the three of them. The aura of the sword spirit revolved around his body, making him look like a god of war. He came here to fight, so it didn't matter who he fought. With a sneer, Lin Xian made a move with his longsword. Boom! The whole void boiled and fell into a frenzy. It was as if a furious dragon was roaring. In an instant, the three elders felt that their lives were in great danger. "Let's go!" The three of them were frightened. They didn't dare to stay and quickly left with Blackwood Cliff. Facing Lin Xian, the three of them didn't even have the courage to fight. Looking at the fleeing sound, Lin Xian laughed. He also turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful. Not only did he defeat Blackwood Cliff, but he also suppressed the three elders to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. Perhaps soon, Lin Xian would be able to surpass many young experts. After defeating Blackwood Cliff, Lin Xian came to the depths of the desert. He found a safe place and began to heal his injuries. Although he won this battle, he was seriously injured, especially that death ray, which almost made him faint. Fortunately, he had a powerful cultivation method like the longevity art and a 1,000-year-old elixir. Only then was he confident that he could heal his body in a short time. Half a 1,000-year-old elixir entered his mouth. Lin Xian drank a cup of spirit wine and then quickly circulated the longevity art. At the same time, he used the great dragon sword soul to remove the death aura in his body. 2 hours later, his injuries were 70 to 80% better. The death aura in his body was completely removed. This battle allowed his great dragon sword soul to fuse again and display an even more powerful battle strength. Lin Xian estimated that he had fused about 60% of it. His strength had also increased a lot compared to before. Still not enough. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He was not satisfied. His goal was a real martial soul. After another hour of rest, Lin Xian's body had recovered to 90%. He turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. This time, he ran in another direction. Before coming, He was already able to find out the location of those geniuses. This time, he was going for Yen Qitian. That young man who was like a supreme demon king left a deep impression on him. Chapter 650. Merry Forest was the largest and most joyous place in the entire Sand region. It was a place where countless martial artists lived their lives in a drunken stupor. And Yen Qitian was here. Lin Xian sprinted, turning into a stream of light as he rushed over from the depths of the Sunset Desert. In the middle of the desert, a patch of green land appeared. The green lake was like a gemstone embedded in the ground. The surrounding trees swayed, producing a rustling sound. Beside the lake, a group of beauties dressed in light muslin were frolicking. Wine and delicacies were placed around them. How was this a desert? It was more like heaven on earth. Lin Xian descended from the sky, attracting countless gazes. There was no other way, he was too eye-catching. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. There was also a murderous aura surrounding him. No matter how one looked at it, he did not look like he was here to enjoy himself. "Friend, what are you here for?" A purple-clothed middle-aged man appeared, looking at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice. The power behind Merry Forest was very strong. Even the city lord had to be respectful. Therefore, they were not afraid of people causing trouble. "Looking for someone," Lin Xian said. He did not want to have a conflict with Merry Forest. "Looking for someone?" The purple-clothed middle-aged man frowned. He could feel the powerful aura on Lin Xian's body. That was the power of the martial soul's embryonic form. "Who are you looking for?" he asked in a deep voice. For a genius martial artist like Lin Xian, his future was limitless. He did not want to offend him. "Yen Qitian." The purple-clothed middle-aged man's pupils shrank. The other party was actually looking for Sand Region's prodigy. The surrounding beauties were also surprised. Their beautiful eyes roamed over Lin Xian's body. "Okay, I'll bring you there." He turned and quickly left. Lin Xian restrained his aura and followed behind. This oasis was not big, only about 1/3 of Quicksand City. However, as Lin Xian walked, he became more and more shocked. Merry Forest was bigger than it looked from the outside. At least, Lin Xian walked for so long and saw countless palaces, but he still did not reach the end. Finally, the purple-clothed middle-aged man stopped in front of a bamboo forest. At this point, Lin Xian could be sure that he was no longer in the desert, but in a strange space. This was because the scene in front of him was not a desert at all. It was more like an imperial courtyard. This should be a special small space, like a rare treasure auction. "I can go in by myself," Lin Xian said. The middle-aged man nodded and left. Up ahead, there was a young man with his back facing Lin Xian. He was sitting in the bamboo forest, holding a wine jug in his right hand and a beautiful woman in his left. He was very carefree and happy. Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and did not move. Instead, he frowned slightly. He could feel that although Yen Qitian was enjoying himself, he did not let down his guard, especially after he came in. Presumably, the other party could also sense his presence. "I really didn't expect it to be you who came." Yen Qitian laughed out loud. He held the beauty in his arms and didn't turn around. "Oh, who do you think it is?" Lin Xian asked. "Xiao Li, that battle maniac, or Shenyan, that arrogant guy? However, it's the same even if you come, because you will all end up the same. You will all be trampled under my feet." Yen Qitian laughed out loud. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Demonic marks appeared on his body, making him look like a supreme demon king. The surrounding wind blew, and clouds of demonic clouds floated above. It was as if a peerless demon king was born. "You all can leave." Yen Qitian drank the last cup of wine and waved his hand to chase away the beauty in his arms and the singing girls behind her. The beauty in his arms looked at Yen Qitian with hidden bitterness. Then, she snorted and quickly left with the group of singing girls. Suddenly, the entire bamboo forest quieted down. Only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo leaves could be heard. The two looked at each other. Neither of them made a move. However, the atmosphere gradually became heavy, as if it was solidifying. The demonic marks on Yen Qitian's body shone. Clouds of demonic chi surged out and shuttled through the bamboo forest. In an instant, the surrounding vision dimmed. It was as if dark clouds covered everything. Moreover, it was accompanied by an oppressive aura. Lin Xian's body emitted thousands of sword chi, which quickly sank into the demonic clouds. These sword chi were very nimble. Although they were swift and fierce, they did not hurt a single bamboo. A muffled sound rang out in the air. It was like muffled thunder, low and distant. The energy that exploded all turned into a whirlpool, spinning in the bamboo forest. Looking from afar, a black whirlpool floated in the air. It was like a black hole, emitting a terrifying aura. When the two of them made a move, they controlled their power with great precision. They did not waste a single bit. It was not that they did not dare to destroy the bamboo forest. Instead, they wanted to enjoy themselves and use their own methods. Demonic chi overflowed and floated behind Yan Qitian. Then, those demonic clouds surged. One after another, human-shaped demonic creatures rushed out. They were all formed by demonic chi. Every one of them was very powerful. They ran and roared in the bamboo forest. Demonic soldiers, demonic cultivators, demonic generals. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands. Stepping on the air, they all rushed towards Lin Xian. Countless demonic soldiers moved out, bringing with them a monstrous aura. The entire bamboo forest seemed to have turned into a demonic mountain. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian flicked his finger. Sword chi surged and evolved into ferocious spirit beasts. They roared towards the sky. Giant python, god wolf, lion vulture, Qiong Qi. It was as if ancient beasts had come back to life, causing the whole earth to tremble. Nearby, those martial artists were terrified. They could not see the scene, but they knew that the existence in the bamboo forest was Yan Qitian. Damn, someone is actually fighting with Yan Qitian. Who is it? He is so powerful. Could it be another genius? The martial artists here were all famous. They all knew how powerful Yan Qitian was. He could be said to be an invincible existence below the honorable realm. But now, someone actually challenged him. They were eager to know, but the entire bamboo forest was shrouded in demonic clouds, blocking all sight. In the bamboo forest, the sword chi spirit beasts and demonic soldiers fought fiercely. It was extremely fierce and tragic. Fortunately, these were all formed by spiritual energy. The strength of these spirit beasts and demonic soldiers was related to Lin Xian and Yan Qitian. In the end, the spirit beasts and demonic soldiers perished together and dissipated in the air. You are not bad. You are worthy of me making a move. Yan Qitian stopped laughing and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, a monstrous demonic chi erupted. He punched out. Boom! The originally calm bamboo forest suddenly became violent. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest turned into ashes. The entire space was filled with demonic chi. It was pitch black. Swoosh! A sword light, like the sun, pierced through the darkness and illuminated the void. This sword chi was very dazzling. It was like the sun in the sky, emitting endless energy. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, splitting the demonic clouds in the sky into two. Then he quickly pierced out. Boom! The sword tip and demonic fist collided. The surrounding space was like a broken mirror, cracking. Destruction. Slaughter. On the long sword, two forces surged out, causing the entire space to lose its color. Half of it was as black as ink, and the other half was as demonic as blood. The aura of death and slaughter filled the surroundings, destroying everything. Demonic world. Chapter 651. Demonic world. Yan Qitian's body glowed with crimson inscriptions. It was as if he had the body of a demon god. He took a step forward and rushed forward. Like a heavenly blade, he tore apart the air in front of him. Rolling demonic clouds with boundless darkness danced wildly in the surroundings. With a punch, heaven and earth lost its color. This punch was very violent and full of demonic power. Perhaps even the older generation would not dare to take it head-on. The terrifying fist wind shattered everything around it. Like a demonic dragon, it roared ferociously and rushed towards Lin Xian. Feeling this powerful demonic chi, Lin Xian was shocked. He roared and shattered the demonic clouds above his head. Sword chi swept out. The power of the sword's soul embryonic form spread out, stirring up the surroundings. On the sword tip, a beautiful red lotus appeared. Sword transformation red lotus. A bright red lotus bloomed quietly. It quickly rotated in the air and fell. Each petal contained powerful energy that could easily split a huge mountain. The red lotus rotated and instantly shattered the void. Perhaps no one below the martial saint realm would be able to escape. Boom! The red lotus sword shadow landed and blasted on the demonic fist. Suddenly, it set off stormy waves. The whole ground was torn apart. Rows of chi waves spread out like a tsunami. The earth trembled and the sky shook. The terrifying energy crushed everything in the surroundings into dust. The spectators in the distance were like frightened birds and beasts. They quickly retreated. In the distance, more experts rushed over. They were the guards of the Merry Woods. At this moment, they were attracted by the violent energy. Looking at the scene in front of them, their faces were gloomy and their mouths twitched. Master has ordered all of you to retreat. There is no need to care about the matters here. At this moment, the purple-clothed middle-aged man who led Lin Xian here appeared and said coldly, "Yes." The surrounding black-clothed martial artists said respectfully. Then they quickly disappeared. The purple-clothed middle-aged man also flew backward. He came to a safe place and silently watched the battle. "Ah, good. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Take another punch from me." Yan Qitian laughed wildly. Demonic clouds rolled on his body. The red glazed demonic runes were like bloody lines that pierced his body. 2 pairs of black wings sprouted from his back. They were about 30 meters long, translucent like black jade, and emitted a demonic radiance. Demonic wings! With a low shout, Yan Qitian instantly disappeared. So fast! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He used the illusory demon steps and quickly retreated. However, he was still one step too late. The heavenly demonic feather opposite him was not any weaker than the earth tear movement technique. The next moment, Yan Qitian came to Lin's side. His violent fist was like a demonic hammer as it rapidly smashed towards Lin's head. There was nothing fancy about this punch. The terrifying physical strength directly shattered the air, and even the void began to tremble. Lin Xian felt the threat of death. This feeling made all the hairs on his body stand on end. He believed that if he was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured. With a roar, the red lotus battle armor appeared, forming a lotus imprint at the center. Clang! When the terrifying fist landed on the lotus imprint, it was as if it had hit a golden bell. A sonorous and powerful sound spread out in all directions. The sound wave was like a knife, cutting the void apart. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Xian quickly retreated, escaping the attack range of the demonic fist. However, the terrifying fist wind still caused his blood to boil. After retreating 10 feet, Lin Xian stopped. Then, he turned into a sword light and rushed over. On his body, the power of the great dragon sword soul was released, and his fighting spirit was high. Yan Qitian was very powerful, like a supreme demon king. His strength was even stronger than He Muya. Fortunately, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul had also been upgraded. Now that it had merged to 60%, its attack power could be said to be extremely powerful. A sword light was like a graceful swan, vast and mighty in the void, slashing towards Yan Qitian's left rib. That was one of his flaws. The demonic wings on Yan Qitian's back vibrated, and he turned into an afterimage, instantly disappearing from the spot. The terrifying sword chi missed, and a deep abyss appeared on the ground. "It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed." Yan Qitian crossed his arms and floated in the air. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Is that so? Seems like you are very confident in your speed." Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the void. My demonic wings have the maximum speed. No one in the same realm can catch up with me." Yan Qitian was very confident. However, in the next moment his body stiffened, and his pupils shrank. A look of shock appeared on his face. Because Lin Xian was still in front of him, and a pair of huge wind and thunder wings were shining brightly on his back. Yan Qitian's face was gloomy. The demonic wings flapped, and he quickly disappeared with his maximum speed. Lin Xian chuckled. The wind and thunder wings on his back flapped, and his figure also disappeared. Impossible! Yan Qitian was shocked. He realized that no matter where he appeared, Lin Xian could always catch up with him. The distance between the two was only 50 feet. 50 feet, for experts like them, this distance could be completely ignored. Yan Qitian's face was gloomy, and a look of anger appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that Lin Xian could only use this kind of skill to catch up with his speed. Thinking of the words from before, Yan Qitian felt that he had been played. Demonic field. He roared, and the surrounding demonic qi surged, sealing the surroundings. Suddenly, a special space of 30 feet was formed. Lin Xian's body sank, and he fell downwards. He felt a huge force on his body, as if it was going to crush him. Boom! He landed on the ground, and two terrifying deep pits were formed. However, the terrifying force on his body did not disappear. Instead, it became heavier. Red Lotus armor, condense! Lin Xian roared. The surrounding air surged, and quickly formed a set of bright red armor, covering his body. Lin Xian used his strongest defense to resist the strange force around him. It's useless. Stop struggling. In my demonic field, I can increase your gravity to 30 times. You can't resist it. Yan Qitian laughed evilly, like a supreme demon king, looking down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He was in great pain, and the blood in his body was about to solidify. In the past, he had experienced 10 times the gravity, and that was still within his tolerance. However, 30 times the gravity was too much for him to bear. Even if he had the Phantom of the Red Lotus armor, it would not be enough, unless it was the real Red Lotus armor. In just an instant, Lin Xian's body split open. Several cracks appeared on his strong body, and blood spurted out, dyeing him red. Great Dragon Sword Soul, shatter it! He gritted his teeth and slashed out. This slash contained the essence of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and it slashed out in all directions. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was incomparably mysterious. It was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. Back then, it could even destroy something as intangible as the soul, let alone the gravitational field. A sword qi as thick as a water bucket turned into a long dragon that circled around him and immediately cut open the gravitational field. Lin Xian felt the strong pressure disappear, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He quickly used the art of longevity to repair his damaged body. The surrounding spiritual qi surged, turning into endless light that entered his body, repairing his damaged body. Soon, the cracks on Lin Xian's body healed quickly, and he was as good as new. This is impossible. You can actually cut open my demonic field. Roar! A pitch-black saber light was like a long river of the netherworld, quickly slashing down in the void. On the other side, the black spear was like a spear of the netherworld, piercing through the void and piercing towards the blood-red hurricane. Two powerful and violent forces bombarded the blood-red hurricane, instantly causing it to tremble violently. The terrifying astral wind was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly slicing the surroundings. The air was cut open, and the earth was cut open, like an abyss. Finally, the blood-red hurricane exploded with a boom. In my heavenly demon field, all attacks are futile. Yan Qitian's cold voice rang out in the demonic cloud. He was like a supreme demonic ancestor, sitting on the clouds and looking down. Then I will break your heavenly demon field. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful. His figure swayed and quickly rushed towards the demonic cloud above. Roar! A ferocious python that was 100 feet long, covered in black scales that shone with cold light. It was completely formed from demonic qi. At this moment, under the control of Yan Qitian, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. In addition, the demonic generals on both sides also attacked. The black saber light and the nether spear quickly attacked. The three of them joined forces to kill Lin Xian here. Just a pile of waste. Watch me break it. Lin Xian sneered. His body turned into a sword light, instantly increasing his speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The death saber and the nether spear pierced through the void, shattering it. However, Lin Xian had already arrived at another place. Dragon counter steps 7 steps. He let out a long roar and took a step forward. The sole of his foot stepped on the void. It was like thunder, and a terrifying sound spread out in all directions. Boom! The 100-feet-long python and the demonic generals trembled, and cracks appeared on the surface of their bodies. The martial artists who were watching the battle from afar had a drastic change in expression, and they kept retreating. Because that step just now seemed to have stepped on their hearts, making them feel as if their bodies were about to explode. What kind of footwork is that? So terrifying. It can actually affect a martial artist's heart directly. Countless people retreated in fear, not daring to stay any longer. This kind of battle was too dangerous. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives here. However, before they could leave, a second terrifying sound wave came again. Their hearts trembled violently, as if they were about to split open. Those weaker martial artists directly fell from the sky to the ground. In the heavenly demon field, Lin Xian took a second step. The entire heavenly demon field trembled. The 100-feet-long python and the demonic generals had countless cracks on their bodies, as if they would shatter at any moment. This is your demonic chi? Can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian sneered, and his cold gaze looked above the demonic clouds. 10,000 demonic generals. Yan Qitian's voice was cold, with a trace of anger. The demonic creatures in all directions roared, and the sound shook. The surrounding mountains exploded, and countless terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. In an instant, countless figures pounced at Lin Xian. If they were hit, even a half-step supremacy would be killed. Third step. Lin Xian was expressionless. Looking at the demonic creatures that were pouncing at him, he took another step. Boom, boom, boom. The air trembled and split open. Rows of chi waves rolled out in all directions like the roaring sea waves. The momentum was terrifying. A huge light claw appeared under Lin Xian's feet. It was a dragon-shaped claw. This claw was too terrifying, and it caused the entire void to boil. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions, causing the 100-feet-long demonic beast and demonic generals, as well as the countless demonic creatures that were pouncing at him, to be torn apart by a ruthless force. One step, 10,000 demonic extermination. This scene was too terrifying. The martial artists in the distance were dumbfounded. Even the purple-robed middle-aged man was shocked. This kind of combat skill was truly heaven-defying. Dragon Rebel step? Not bad, but I won't let you take another step. That figure was extremely tall, like an iron tower. His entire body was covered in demonic chi, forming a black battle armor. In his hand, there was a mountain-splitting axe that was like a door. A peerlessly powerful aura that was as heavy as a mountain gushed out. The entire space seemed to be unable to withstand it. Heavy, too heavy. This figure was like a demonic mountain, pressing down on everyone's hearts. Even the martial artists who were watching from afar could feel the shocking pressure. Die! The mountain demon spat out a vague voice. It was like thunder, piercing through the sky and rolling over. Lin Xian also felt the pressure. His eyes lit up as he quickly executed the seventh step. Buzz! The void trembled as a dragon-shaped phantom appeared, following Lin Xian's footsteps. Boom! The mountain demon laughed sinisterly. He raised the gigantic axe in his hand and collided with the dragon-shaped phantom. In the next moment, a deafening sound was heard. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts had exploded, causing the surroundings to tremble. The earth cracked and the sky shook as if the world was about to be destroyed. What? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He was shocked. His seventh step did not break through the opponent's defense. This surprised him. One had to know that the seventh step was extremely powerful, far surpassing the previous 6 steps. Even so, it did not have any effect. It seemed that this mountain demon was even more powerful than the fire demon. The mountain demon let out a sinister laugh. His arm shook, forming a powerful force that pushed Lin Xian back. Then he exploded and chopped down with his axe. Boom! The air split open and strong winds blew. The entire ground split into two. This axe was extremely powerful. It was as if it wanted to split the entire space. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. He felt the threat of death. This attack was no weaker than He Muya's. What he needed was this kind of pressure. With a long roar, Lin Xian raised the slaughter sword in his hand and crazily circulated the great dragon sword soul. He wanted to take this attack head-on. What? Is that kid crazy? The martial artists in the distance exclaimed when they saw this scene. Even the purple-robed middle-aged man shook his head. At this moment, the best way was to dodge with extreme speed. On the demonic cloud, Yan Qitian was also slightly surprised. He thought that Lin Xian would use the thunderstorm wings to escape. He was even prepared to cut off Lin Xian's speed. However, Lin Xian's choice was beyond his expectations. Idiot! You actually dare to compete with the mountain demon? Yan Qitian sneered. A hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian was not crazy, nor was he an idiot. He naturally had his reasons for choosing to take the attack head-on. Firstly, he wanted to experience the feeling of being on the edge of life and death. He wanted to break through in the extreme battle. Moreover, he was confident that he could withstand this attack. Flying rainbow! The sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed upwards. This sword contained the power of the fledgling form of the sword soul. It brought along a large curtain of light as it poured out. A heavy pressure came over. The sky-splitting axe mercilessly fell. The violent energy made Lin Xian's bones creak. Clang! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the nearby lake to explode. Thousands of waves rose, and the surrounding mountain peaks shattered. Countless rocks flew everywhere. This attack was too terrifying. Lin Xian felt an extremely strong force quickly enter his arm through the long sword. In the next moment, his arm trembled. Even the Red Lotus battle armor became dim. Crack! His bones made a light sound. He almost broke. Lin Xian roared. His black hair fluttered. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a dragon roar as it bloomed. A surge of energy gushed out and instantly repaired Lin Xian's arm. At the same time, it brought him endless strength. Boom! Chapter 654. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword and sent his opponent's heaven-splitting axe flying. That's impossible! Yan Qitian was shocked. The mountain demon was extremely powerful, and even those geniuses didn't dare to face him head-on. However, the neighbor actually chose such a stupid method of fighting force with force, and even won. This shocked him. It seemed like he had underestimated his opponent. The mountain demon had a soul fragment. After being sent flying by the sword, he became furious. With a roar, demonic chi surged from his body. Holding the heaven-splitting axe with both hands, the mountain demon roared and slashed down again. This attack was even more violent than before. Bang! The sword light flashed like a rainbow. The mountain demon was sent flying again, creating a deep abyss in the ground. Roar! The mountain demon roared. His voice was like thunder, shattering the demonic clouds in the sky. Demonic chi surged from his body, forming strange patterns that were somewhat similar to Yan Qitian's. The demonic armor on his body shone continuously, and a shocking power surged out. In the end, the mountain demon gave up on the heaven-splitting axe and rushed towards Lin Xian. Bang! 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 The ground trembled and cracked open. Every step would create a 1,000-meter crack. The mountain demon was like a demonic mountain that moved quickly. Light flashed, and the void rumbled. It couldn't withstand it at all. Let's end this. Looking at the mountain demon, Lin Xian raised the slaughter sword. Slaughter Red Lotus. On the sword, a red lotus bloomed and danced in the air. The slaughter sword fell, and the demonic red lotus floated out and flew towards the mountain demon. The red lotus looked gentle, but it contained the power of the dragon sword soul and also the aura of slaughter. It could be said that it was a flower of death. What? The red lotus sword chi enlarged in the air and landed on the mountain demon, covering him instantly. In the next moment, countless blood-red sword chi shot out and pierced into the mountain demon's body, piercing through him. The mountain demon roared crazily. His entire body was ferocious. The aura of slaughter made him crazy, but what made him even more terrified was the aura of the sword soul. As soon as it entered his body, it destroyed his vitality. Screams rang out like the screams of ghosts, causing the surrounding martial artists to tremble. Not long after, the mountain demon collapsed with a loud crash. His body was covered with dense sword scars, which was a ghastly sight. Yen Qitian stood on top of the devil cloud. His handsome face turned somewhat malevolent. His two great devil generals had actually been defeated, which made him abnormally furious. One had to know that fire demons and mountain demons were not ordinary demon generals. They all had soul fragments. Brat, you deserve to die. I'll kill you and refine you into my #1 devil general. Yen Qitian's entire body was filled with killing intent. Cut the crap. Get down here and fight. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the demonic cloud. Blood-red sword chi surged out from the tip of his sword and quickly formed a sphere in the air. Starburst. This was also one of the 9 swords of Green Cloud. The 9 azure cloud swords were taught to him by Wine Lord. In the past, Lin Xian could only use the first 5 swords, but now he had completely mastered them. The sword turned into a star, and the blood-colored star shot towards the sky, bringing with it a long red tail of light. It was exceptionally spectacular. Boom! Explode! Just as he entered the demonic cloud, he exploded. The dazzling energy exploded, annihilating a part of the sky. An extremely unstable spatial crack appeared in the void. Anyone below the honorable realm who touched it would die instantly. The demonic cloud in the sky exploded, creating a gap of a few thousand meters. The entire sky regained its clarity. Behind him, an ear-piercing sound rang out. A violent wind blew, and a powerful aura instantly appeared. Yen Qitian used his heavenly demon wings and dodged the starburst sword chi. Boom! With a wave of his palm, demonic chi surged. Like a demonic star chasing after the moon, it quickly blasted towards Lin Xian's back. Swish! Lin Xian also used his wind thunder wings, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he swiftly dodged. Rumble! This palm directly caused the void to distort. Yen Qitian did not stop after his palm missed. Instead, he continued to attack. Palm shadows were as black as ink, and the demonic chi was shocking. All of them enveloped Lin Xian. At this moment, Yen Qitian's expression was cold. Every strike could kill an older generation martial artist. Swish! Lin Xian turned around and slashed with his sword. The sword was like lightning, heavy as a divine mountain. Ding! Yen Qitian's palms clashed, and a metallic sound rang out. Terrifying demonic chi surged, and the sword chi resonated, filling the surroundings. It was like a battle between gods and demons. Demonic palm. Yen Qitian's right palm blocked the long sword, and his left palm blasted out again. This strike carried the power of the heavenly demon field, as if a demon king had come into being. Boom! The void split open in an instant. This palm was extremely fast. Lin Xian roared, and similarly punched out. Golden arcs of lightning danced and intertwined, covering the fist. The golden fist flashed, tearing the sky apart. It was like a golden phoenix flying, shining in all directions. The fist and palm collided, causing a shocking explosion. It was like 10,000 beasts roaring, causing everyone to fall into a state of deafness. That sound wave was too terrifying. It materialized into an attack and directly shattered the ground, forming thousands of cracks. Lin Xian took half a step back. His arm was numb. Yen Qitian's demonic palm was too terrifying, and his body was somewhat suppressing him. With a roar, the slaughter sword burst out and cut Yen Qitian's palm. Blood splattered, and the terrifying sword's spirit embryonic form crazily rushed into Yen Qitian's body, destroying everything. Humph! Suppress for me! Yen Qitian was furious. The surrounding demonic aura surged, forming a 9-story demonic pagoda above his head, suppressing the power of the dragon sword spirit. Lin Xian seized the opportunity, and his long sword surged. In the sky, a blood-red sword appeared, and an ancient majestic aura filled the air. Earth-grade martial art. The purple-clothed middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and his face was filled with shock. He did not expect that Lin Xian also had an earth-grade martial art. Gale Lightning Sword, One Sword Mountain Rivers Break. Lin Xian held the slaughter sword, and quickly slashed down. In the sky, a huge blood-red sword shadow fell, and slammed into the 9-story demonic pagoda, opening it up. Rumble, countless demonic clouds swept up, and the ground sank, and a rain of blood fell. This sword was too terrifying. Yan Qitian was equally shocked. He was sent flying by this sword shadow. Fortunately, he had the protection of the heavenly demon field, or else he would have been killed. Earth-grade martial art. You indeed have an earth-grade martial art. Yan Qitian roared. He had been careless and was injured. Thinking of this, he sneered. Kid, you are not the only one who has an earth-grade martial art. Heavenly demon field, nether spear. In the sky, demonic aura surged, crazily gathering in Yan Qitian's hand. In the next moment, a pitch-black spear appeared. The entire field was about 80 feet long, and the demonic runes on it shone brightly. Demonic flames surged, and the moment it appeared, it caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Cadet. Yan Qitian sneered and threw it out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The nether spear flew out, piercing through the void. Lin Xian only saw a shadow flying in the air, and it was extremely fast. Before the attack arrived, Lin Xian felt a sharp aura rushing towards him. It hit the red lotus battle armor, and gave out a clanking sound. Lin Xian felt a strong threat of death. Chapter 655. The nether spear was a terrifying killing technique. It carried a monstrous demonic flame as it pierced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt the threat of death. He once again used Gale Lightning Sword to resist the opponent's earth-tier martial art. In the sky, the gigantic blood-colored sword shadow condensed once again. The blood-colored patterns spread out and converged with a mysterious power. A terrifying aura spread out and enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian let out a long roar as he reached out his palm and grabbed towards the sky. The golden palm enlarged and covered the sky as it grabbed the blood-colored sword. It was a terrifying scene. Lin Xian grabbed the Gale Lightning Sword and quickly slashed down. The Gale Lightning Sword whizzed down. Every sword chi was as thick as a mountain and could pierce through the void with a casual swing. The blood-red Gale Lightning Sword danced in the air like a gigantic blood-colored heavenly sword. It was extremely powerful. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter, and large areas would collapse. This sword carried an aura that could shatter mountains and rivers as it collided with the nether spear. The two collided and violent energy swept out in all directions. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The place where the bamboo forest was enveloped by blood-colored sword chi and rolling demonic clouds. It was chaotic. Not only that, the aftermath of the energy even affected the entire merry forest. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Its power was not inferior to a supremacy's attack. Fortunately, there were some peerless experts in the dark who helped to disperse the energy shockwaves and protect the merry forest. However, the bamboo forest was completely destroyed. The ground level dropped by more than 10 times. In front of him, two figures retreated. They were in a sorry state. Lin Xian's face was pale. Using an earth-tier martial art consumed a lot of energy. Unless he became a supremacy, he could use it without limit. Just as he came to a stop, a demonic pattern flashed and shot towards him with a flash of light, as fast as lightning. In a panic, Lin Xian tried his best to twist his body. At the same time, he activated the Red Lotus armor to the extreme. However, the demonic pattern still pierced through his left shoulder. Lin Xian was sent flying by the powerful impact, bringing with him a large cloud of blood. This change was very shocking, but it happened in an instant. Originally, they were evenly matched, but now Lin Xian was injured. Yen Qitian walked out from the berserk energy, gasping for breath. His face was abnormally pale, without a trace of blood. At the center of his forehead, a vertical devil tattoo that resembled an eye was gradually disappearing. There were still terrifying energy waves left on it. Obviously, the attack just now was launched by the mageweth that resembled an eye. Looking ahead, Yen Qitian frowned. That attack from before had consumed a great deal of his energy. Originally, that was an attack that he could only use after reaching the Exalted Realm. At this moment, he had used it with the intention of killing his opponent with a single strike. However, Lin Xian's reaction was too fast. Originally, he was aiming for the heart, but now he only managed to injure the left shoulder. This was very different from what he had expected. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to use it again unless he burned his spiritual energy. If that was the case, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Therefore, that was a method that would cause both sides to suffer. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it. Now that he had crippled one of his opponent's arms, his chances of winning were very high. Kid, you have indeed exceeded my expectations, but it's all over now. Yen Qitian absorbed the surrounding devil qi, quickly recovering his body. Then he walked step by step towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian fell to the ground, his body trembling slightly. That attack just now had almost taken his life. He had thought that he would dodge in advance, so that he could avoid being hit. Even so, his left arm was still injured, and he couldn't lift it at all. It seemed that he could only use that move. Lin Xian looked at the approaching Yen Qitian, and his right hand once again clenched the slaughter sword. The battle is not over yet. Lin Xian suddenly exploded, and a sword light tore through the sky. Outer sky meteor. The dazzling sword light flashed like a meteor, dazzling but short. Not good. Yen Qitian's entire body tensed up. He felt an extremely powerful threat, which was a warning to his soul. Devil Qi rolled, emitting a pitch-black light, forming an ice-cold armor, covering his body. At the same time, in the middle of his eyebrows, the devil mark flashed again. However, he was still one step too late. Just as the devil mark was formed, the dazzling sword light had already pierced him. One sword throat. Blood spurted, and Lin Xian's figure appeared behind Yen Qitian. Behind him, a black crack appeared in the void, and it was quickly healing. Yen Qitian's body kept trembling, and the devil qi on his body began to disappear. Drip, drip. Blood dripped, splashing on the ground. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the powerful young devil king Yen Qitian would be killed with one sword. Even the middle-aged man was stunned. This result was different from what he had expected. He had analyzed the situation before, and found that Yen Qitian had a 70% chance of winning. But now, he found that he was wrong. The young swordsman in front of him couldn't be analyzed with common sense. In the depths of Merry Forest, in front of a splendid palace, a few figures stood. Their eyes flashed, looking at the battlefield where Lin Xian was. Exciting, very exciting. They didn't expect to see such a stunning swordsman in the sand region. On the left, a middle-aged man laughed. This man was dressed like a scholar, and he was holding a yellowed book in his hand. If one sensed carefully, they would find that this middle-aged scholar had a faint aura of a supremacy. He was definitely a terrifying figure. However, such an expert didn't use a jade slip or a scroll, and he was holding an old paper book. It was really strange. I guess he's not a sand region martial artist. He must have followed the young miss here. These two, they actually attacked in advance. They really can't wait. But that Yen Qitian is too weak. He was actually killed. On the right was a young girl wearing an exquisite yellow dress. She had 2 small braids, a pair of big black eyes, and a delicate appearance. She was very cute. At this moment, she was pouting. She rolled her eyes and snorted. Ling, you're wrong. Yen Qitian didn't die. A cold voice came. Then, a white figure appeared. Young miss. The young girl called Ling, turned around, blinking her big eyes with a puzzled look. The middle-aged scholar on the left looked back with a smile. Behind him, a beautiful figure slowly walked over. That figure was in her 20s, and she was full of noble aura. Although she was wearing a long dress, it couldn't hide her impressive figure. That beautiful face was covered with a thin veil, which added a sense of mystery. This woman was like a fairy, with a colorful radiance on her body, making people look up to her. Young miss, his throat was slashed. How could he not die? Ling held the arm of the beautiful figure and asked puzzledly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. During this time, the people of Merry Forest did not disturb Lin Xian. Even the surrounding martial artists were dispersed by them. Ling came out from the palace. Seeing Lin Xian still meditating, she whispered a few words and no longer paid attention to him. After another half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Following that, he revealed a satisfied smile. In this battle, his great dragon sword soul fusion had reached 80%. His battle strength had once again increased, and compared to before, it was a great improvement. Now that he was fighting with Yan Qitian, he would not be in such a sorry state. In fact, he was confident that he could take down his opponent without getting injured. There's still 20% left. Xiao Li, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian stood up, his eyes shining. His last target was Xiao Li, who was also one of the Sand Region's geniuses. He had a deep impression of Xiao Li because he was a swordsman who had comprehended the embryonic form of a sword soul. This kind of person's attack power was very fierce. Previously, when he was testing the waters in Quicksand City, he had felt that dormant sword soul, which made his heart tremble. Therefore, he placed Xiao Li as the last target. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian prepared to leave. At this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in front of him, and a black light shot towards him. Buzz! Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and caught it. Then, he was slightly stunned because he realized that the black light was actually a spirit fruit, and its grade was not low. Hey, my family's young lady invites you. In front of him, a sweet-looking young lady appeared and raised her chin. Lin Xian frowned. To be able to squander a spirit fruit like this, she was definitely not an ordinary person. At least, she was not from Sand Region. However, the other party's attitude made him feel disgusted. Little White often throws things. I often teach it that it's not good. Lin Xian said indifferently. Little White? Who's Little White? The young lady was naturally Ling, and she asked curiously. Little White is a monkey that I raised. It likes to eat spirit fruits, but it often throws them everywhere, which gives me a headache. Lin Xian smiled. You bastard! Ling was stunned, then she stomped her feet in anger. This guy was too despicable. He actually compared her to a monkey. How infuriating! She wished she could stomp on him a few times, and she did so. Her body turned into an afterimage, and Ling rushed towards Lin Xian. Her speed was as fast as lightning, which was very shocking. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this sweet-looking little girl with a bad temper to be so fast. It was even a little beyond his expectations. However, it was still within his tolerance range. With his arm across his chest, Lin Xian blocked the other party's kick. Then he stepped to the side and dodged another kick. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the void, countless footprints filled the air, and it was dazzling. However, Lin Xian was like a flowing cloud, easily dodging them. Ling was furious and attacked again. As she was wearing a dress, she was using her leg techniques. A pair of fair calves swayed in front of Lin Xian's eyes, and it was very tempting. Lin Xian clenched his arm and pinched that pair of small feet. You're exposed. After Lin Xian grabbed it, he realized that something was wrong. Damn it! Ling screamed, and a burst of powerful spirit energy burst out from her body, forming a wave of air that pushed Lin Xian away. Lin Xian tactfully let go of his hand and retreated to a safe distance with a smile on his face. You're still laughing? Ling stomped her feet and was furious. How dare this damn thief take advantage of her? I'm so angry. I'm going to dig your eyeballs out. He knew that the battle with Yan Qitian must have alarmed the master of this place. However, after the battle, The people of Merry Woods did not find trouble with him. Instead, they helped him clear the area. All of these actions were filled with kindness. However, Lin Xian was a bit of an exception. "Young hero Lin, my master has arrived," the purple-robed middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Lin Xian turned around and saw a young man slowly walking over. His speed was not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. So fast! Lin Xian was surprised. This footwork had the feeling of shrinking the ground into an inch. Thinking about it, the other party's strength must be very strong. He estimated that the other party was definitely not weaker than the Sand Region's geniuses. The young man was wearing a white jade robe. He had a slender figure and a handsome face. The corner of his mouth had a trace of a playful smile. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked very elegant. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the master of Merry Woods to be such an elegant young master. He originally thought that the master was an old monster. "Young hero Lin, this is young master Wu Quebec. He is also the master of Merry Woods." "Young master Wu Kei, what a good name." Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Thinking about it, the master of Merry Woods probably did not lack anything. "Young master, please forgive me for fighting here without permission." "What are you talking about?" "Young hero Lin is a young genius. Being able to defeat the Sand Region's geniuses at such a young age, your future achievements will definitely be limitless. I like to make friends with people like young hero Lin." And Wu Kei laughed loudly. Then he pulled Lin Xian to a seat. Lin Xian understood that this young master Wu Kei was here to make friends. It seemed that the other party had taken a fancy to his growth potential. For someone like Lin Xian, once he entered the honorable realm, he would definitely be an extremely powerful existence. He might even have a chance to enter the king realm in the future. Such a genius was someone that all forces would want to rope in. Of course, and Wu Kei was one step ahead. Moreover, he had other plans. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian felt even more admiration for Wu Quebec. Whether it was in terms of martial arts or experience, Wu Kei far surpassed his peers. He could be said to be a rare genius. Lin Xian exchanged some martial arts experiences with Wu Kei, and he was greatly inspired. In the end, he didn't delay any longer. He cupped his fists and bid farewell. "Young master, why didn't you just tell him about us?" The purple-robed middle-aged man was puzzled. "I don't think he would refuse after knowing the truth." "No!" And Wu Kei shook his head. "Such a person is like a true dragon. He won't lower his head. We only need to form a good relationship with him. Who knows, he might bring us a pleasant surprise at a crucial moment." And Wu Kei waved his folding fan with a carefree expression. "Don't investigate him and don't follow him. Remember, we can't make him dislike us." The purple-robed middle-aged man said respectfully. Lin Xian left Merry Woods and rushed towards Quicksand City. According to what he knew, Shaoli was in Quicksand City. It was a dark and windy night. Quicksand City was still brightly lit, and it was bustling with noise. Especially the arenas, their cheers shook the heavens and dazzled the surroundings. Lin Xian was like a flowing ray of light as he flashed through the sky and flew towards the outskirts of the city. It was very desolate there. There were no lights or cultivators there. Only the faint moonlight sprinkled down, and it was extremely quiet. If one looked carefully, one would notice that this was a dilapidated ancient residence. Cobwebs covered the entire place while a thick layer of dust covered the ground. Everything in the surroundings showed that no one had been here for a very long time. Chapter 658. However, in the silent mansion, there was a person sitting there. This person sat under the moonlight, looking somewhat lonely. However, if one looked closely, they would discover a different kind of aura. Moreover, from time to time, there would be a cold light emitting from below. The light was very sharp, like cold ice, piercing one's soul. This person was naturally Shaoli. At this moment, he was slowly wiping the long blade in his hand. The long blade was completely black and looked simple. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary blade, nothing special. However, Shaoli's expression was very careful, as if he was facing the most precious treasure in the world. His movements were very gentle, wiping every part of the long blade clean. To him, this jet-black saber was his life. Lin Xian flew all the way and finally arrived above the ancient castle. He saw Xiao Li below, but did not make a sound. Instead, he quietly watched. This was a form of respect for Xiao Li. As a sword artist, he also knew the importance of a weapon to a martial artist. Especially for sword artists and blade artists, they viewed weapons as their life. Moreover, he often wiped his Wind Shadow Sword and Star Scar Sword. Every time he did this, his heart would be very calm. Therefore, he knew that Xiao Li could not be disturbed at this time. Lin Xian slowly descended, like a cloud, lightly landing in the mansion. Xiao Li did not turn his head, and continued to wipe his long blade. With his strength, he should have already discovered Lin Xian's existence, but he acted as if he did not know. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During this period of time, Xiao Li had been silently wiping his jet-black saber while Lin Xian stood there quietly like a statue. He did not speak, and did not even move. When Xiao Li finished wiping, he tightly gripped the long blade in his hand. Then, his entire temperament changed. He no longer had the loneliness from before, but was replaced by a cold sharpness. His whole body was like a blade, wild and sharp to the extreme. "Come, I will give it my all in this battle." Xiao Li knew that he was not familiar with Lin Xian. The fact that he could wait for 2 hours meant that he wanted to fight with him. "All right," Lin Xian said in a deep voice as he pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword from his waist. An even fiercer and fiercer aura gushed out and filled the surroundings of the old house. Their gazes met, and it was like the light of a blade and the shadow of a sword, causing the entire void to emit cracking sounds. "Let's decide this in one move," Xiao Li said. His voice was as cold as a blade. Lin Xian was shocked, but he nodded slowly. No matter what method the other party used, he would not lose. Determining victory and defeat in one move seemed like a fantasy to other warriors. However, for swordsmen and sabersmen, one move was enough. The two of them faced each other, and their auras continued to rise. They were like divine swords and heavenly blades, standing tall in the old mansion. Around the two of them, there were countless tiny saber lights and sword shadows, forming a special area. That power was so terrifying that even a half-step supremacy would be killed immediately if they entered. Although the two of them did not make a move, the aura they exuded was enough to make people tremble. However, the aura did not stop there. It was still rising rapidly. Lin Xian was very cautious. He had to use his full strength for this move. Countless sword chi condensed behind him, and the shadow of a true dragon roared. The sound was deep and desolate, and it was filled with power, causing the air above to explode. In front of him, the shadow of a long sword appeared. Although the dragon head and sword body were a little dim, they were filled with a shocking power. On the opposite side, Xiao Li's pupils shrank. He naturally felt the pressure from the dragon head sword. What? The mysterious man's pupils constricted. He did not expect Lin Xian to still have such strength despite being seriously injured. In great shock, he dodged with all his might. With a roar, he was like the king of hell. He quickly moved horizontally, leaving clouds of black mist in the void. At the critical moment, the mysterious man displayed his extreme speed and narrowly dodged the spear. However, Lin Xian was even faster. The tempest wings appeared on his back and flapped rapidly. Then he disappeared into the air. The power of tempest surged. His entire body turned into a flash of lightning and appeared near the black spear in an instant. Lin Xian stretched out his left hand and grabbed the black spear. Then his arms danced rapidly. The sky was filled with spear radiance. The black spear shadows intertwined to form a net of death that quickly enveloped the mysterious man. The momentum was terrifying. Impossible! The mysterious man was horrified. His eyes were filled with horror. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that he could catch up with the black spear. At this moment, he finally revealed a look of fear. A genius was indeed a genius. Even if he was seriously injured, he was not someone that an ordinary person could contend with. However, since he dared to assassinate Lin Xian, he was naturally very confident in his own strength. The mysterious man roared and calmed down from his initial shock. Then he quickly threw a punch forward. The terrifying fist was as black as iron and as heavy as a demonic mountain. It quickly blasted forward, trying to tear the net of death apart. Suddenly, the void trembled violently. Like thousands of horses galloping, it carried a violent force and crashed into the net of death formed by the intertwined spear radiance. Boom boom. A low sound was heard. The black fist collided with the net of death, causing the net to tremble violently. However, under Lin Xian's mysterious control, the net of death bloomed with a dazzling light and transformed into countless spear radiance that quickly pierced towards the mysterious man. This change was very shocking. The mysterious man was shocked and quickly counterattacked. However, the spear radiance was too dense. Even if he was incomparably strong, he was still bombarded. The violent force caused his body to tremble continuously. He frantically retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Kid, you deserve to die. I'll take your dog life one day." The mysterious man did not dare to stay any longer. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly turned to leave. "Want to leave?" Lin Xian sneered. Looking at the mysterious man who had turned into light, he quickly drew his sword. The great dragon sword in his hand was as fast as lightning. Everlasting green cloud. A flash of sword radiance, as dazzling as the Milky Way, instantly lit up the entire sky. Ah! A miserable cry was heard. It was very ear-piercing in the boundless night. The mysterious man had just reached the wall of the ancient castle when he was slashed by the dazzling sword radiance. He roared crazily and used all his means to resist. However, the sword radiance was too powerful and instantly cut him in half. The black-robed man suffered a heavy blow. The black fog around his body quickly retreated, revealing an old body. It was an old man. At this moment, his face was pale and filled with fear. He could not understand why Lin Xian's sword radiance was so fierce. Lin Xian's figure flashed. Like lightning, he instantly arrived beside the old man. The great dragon sword in his hand was slanted and pressed against the old man's throat. "I'll give you one last chance." "Speak. Who sent you?" "Kid, you'll never know. Even if you become a venerable in the future, you won't be able to fight against us." The mysterious old man roared ferociously with a strong unwillingness in his voice. Then, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes as he quickly reversed the spiritual power in his body. An extremely powerful force was being nurtured in his body, and it exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 660. The mysterious old man had chosen to self-destruct in an attempt to drag Lin Xian down with him. A force capable of destroying half a city gushed out and enveloped Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he quickly slashed out with the great dragon sword in his hand. Streaks of dazzling sword rays shot out in all directions like thunder from the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the terrifying sword chi slashed apart the violent energy. At the same time, he reached out with his left hand and grabbed a token with lightning speed to prevent it from being destroyed by the energy. At that moment, Lin Xian was surrounded by sword aura, creating a small vacuum zone. The destructive energy quickly dissipated as soon as it reached that area. For a moment, Lin Xian was safe and sound, but the castle around him was in danger. If the energy dissipated, the entire mansion would be reduced to ashes in an instant. In the distance, Xiao Li snorted coldly as he unsheathed his jet-black saber and slashed out 18 times. The blazing saber rays flashed, bringing about a dazzling brilliance. It was as if a galaxy was rushing through the void, roaring incessantly. In the next moment, the wanton energy was also split apart and shattered under the saber rays. The violent flow of energy wreaked havoc in the mansion, but it avoided the danger of being blasted into ashes. Lin Xian and Xiao Li's actions caused this violent energy to quickly dissipate, not having any effect whatsoever. However, the mysterious old man wouldn't know about this because he had been reduced to ashes along with the terrifying energy. This guy is ruthless. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the old man would choose to self-destruct rather than reveal his identity. He was probably afraid of his revenge. However, at the very last moment, he grabbed a badge. At that moment, he opened his left hand, revealing the badge within. This token was only half the size of his palm and had simple patterns. The word Shen was carved in the center. Seeing this token, Lin Xian immediately understood that this old man was from the Shen family and had been sent by Shen Yaotian. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely return this gift to the Shen family. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he crushed the token in his hand. Then, he turned to Shaoli and said, "All right, we can continue our battle." However, Shaoli shook his head. "You're injured. Even if I win, it would be an unfair victory." Lin Xian frowned slightly. He really didn't have much confidence in his current state. "Previously, I made you wait for 2 hours while I was cleaning my saber. Now, I'll give you 2 hours. When you've recovered, we'll fight again," Shaoli said in a deep voice. "All right." Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to heal his wounds. Although the wound looked terrifying, it wasn't a big deal for someone like Lin Xian who had a strong constitution. Moreover, he had the art of longevity, so he could recover very quickly. However, the real problem was not his wounds, but the strange black aura in his body. This aura came from the black spear. It carried a sinister and strange aura. It was very evil and was rapidly destroying his bodily functions. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which prevented his body from being destroyed. If it was someone else, they would have become an evil spirit by now. In 2 hours, he had eliminated the resentful spirit qi in his body and healed his wounds. Then he faced Shaoli again. Strong fighting spirit burst out from their eyes. 2 powerful auras gushed out from their bodies and soared into the sky. This time, they did not compete with their martial techniques. Instead, they used their martial souls to fight. The shadow of a jet-black saber tore through the sky. It was like a long rainbow hanging from the 9 heavens, shining brightly. On the other side, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul exploded. A dragon-shaped sword shadow rushed out and pierced the clouds. Once the saber soul and sword soul appeared, the surrounding weather changed. Endless gales surged and covered the cold moon in the sky. At this moment, all the martial artists in Quicksand City felt 2 shocking forces coming from afar. The aura made them tremble. Ordinary martial artists only trembled and did not know what was happening. However, those martial artists who had condensed the embryonic form of their martial souls were all shocked. They could naturally sense the 2 forces. Those were the embryonic forms of their martial souls. Moreover, they were extremely powerful. They were only 1 step away from evolving and breaking through to become a real martial soul. So strong. Who's this? Is he about to break through? At this moment, the martial artists in Quicksand City were shocked. Countless people soared into the sky and flew towards the source of the 2 forces. They wanted to know who had reached the final step and was about to break through to the honorable realm. However, just as they soared into the sky, an intense vibration came from the void. The terrifying energy turned into a strong wind that blew in all directions. It shook them until their faces turned pale. What's happening? Those 2 forces are colliding. Oh my God! Someone is fighting. At this moment, even the honorables could not remain calm. They all stretched out their soul perception, wanting to see what was going on. Inside the old mansion, Lin Xian and Shaoli collided for the first time. The sword soul and saber soul collided and released an earth-shattering energy shockwave. In an instant, Lin Xian and Shaoli felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled, and they each took half a step back. Then, Lin Xian roared and activated the great dragon sword soul again, slashing forward. Shaoli did not want to fall behind and quickly met the attack. Rumble! The void trembled and the ground cracked. Countless waves of air rolled and rushed in all directions. Piercing light shone in the sky, forming a curtain of light that swept across the sky. Lin Xian and Shaoli collided crazily. After 9 attacks, Both of them took 10 steps back and their bodies swayed continuously. Barf! Xiao Li finally could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, and his eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, an astonishing dragon roar and sword cry sounded from his body. It was as if he had broken some kind of shackle. An extremely powerful and mysterious force filled his body. He let out a long roar, and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. He could no longer care about anything else. He withdrew the great dragon sword soul, turned into a sword light, and instantly left the old mansion, disappearing into the sky. Not long after, a venerable master's soul perception covered the sky and earth. In the distance, countless figures were running toward the old mansion. Xiao Li operated a mysterious technique to suppress the injuries in his body. Then he snorted coldly, and a shocking saber light soared into the sky. Those who trespass into the old mansion will be killed without mercy. A cold voice resounded and echoed in the surroundings. Suddenly, the figures in the distance stopped and did not dare to move forward. Xiao Li, it's Xiao Li. The people in the distance were terrified. They did not expect Xiao Li to have reached this step and was only a hair away from entering the real venerable realm. However, judging from the current aura, Xiao Li was still in the embryonic form of a sword soul and had not broken through. This made the people secretly relieved. Wait, someone was fighting just now. Who was fighting with Xiao Li? The people were puzzled, and then they came to a realization. They sensed that the other aura was not weaker than Xiao Li's. The embryonic form of a martial soul was very powerful and was only a hair away from breaking through and becoming a real martial soul. Chapter 661. Looks like the two of them are fighting to find an opportunity to break through. I wonder who will win. If that person wins, he might be able to condense a true martial soul. Everyone was shocked as they discussed. The venerables were silent, and in the end, they sighed. They had already sensed the remnant aura with their soul power and guessed the identity of the other party. The supremacies were silent because they had already guessed the identity of that person. Especially the supremacies of Blackwood Stronghold, their faces were terrifyingly dark. They were even unwilling to accept this fact. However, the remnant aura of the sword soul stimulated them, indicating that their guess was not wrong. The supremacies withdrew their souls and gathered the elders of the clan to discuss countermeasures. Damn it, how could it be that thief? Everyone's faces were ugly as they could not accept this at all. Especially He Muya. When he heard the news, his body trembled and his eyes turned black. He almost fainted from anger. No, this thief can't be left alive. I want him to die. He Muya gritted his teeth and said, he did not expect the other party to be so terrifying and reach such a height. Originally, he wanted to take revenge personally, but now, if the other party really condensed a martial soul, he would have no chance. Not only him, this was an outcome that no one in Blackwood Stronghold wanted to see. No, we have to eliminate him. And we have to do it tonight. Blackwood Stronghold's patriarch said in a deep voice. This time, he planned to send out supremacies. Blackwood Stronghold was not the only one who had this idea. Shen Yaotian was also furious. His face was ferocious and terrifying. He had sent out his personal guards to assassinate Lin Xian, but he did not expect them to fail. In fact, the other party might even break through. As a genius of a king family, he would not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he immediately sent out his personal supremacies to kill Lin Xian. For a moment, two supremacies secretly moved out and quickly ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Lin Xian returned from the old house and immediately entered the courtyard. He asked the dark red dragon to set up a defensive formation. When the dark red dragon saw Lin Xian, who was covered in wounds, its eyelids twitched. Kid, how many people did you fight to end up in such a sorry state? Not many, just 3 geniuses. What? 3 sky prides? 3 geniuses in 2 days. You're really crazy. The dark red dragon exclaimed. It was well aware of the prodigy's strength. They weren't any weaker than Lin Xian. Perhaps only a madman like Lin Shui could carry out 3 life and death battles in such a short period of time. Furthermore, What shocked it even more was that it felt an extremely powerful martial soul power within Lin Xian's body. Is he going to break through? It seems that it's much earlier than I thought. The dark red dragon was shocked once again. According to its original estimate, Lin Xian should need more than 10 days to break through, but it did not expect him to reach this stage in just 2 or 3 days. This kind of speed, in the history of cultivation, not to mention that no one would be able to match it in the future, it was absolutely unprecedented. At this moment, the power in Lin Xian's body was growing stronger and stronger. The terrifying power seemed to be about to burst him. He had to immediately go into seclusion and condense his sword soul. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to have such an opportunity in the future. Ruffian Dragon, no matter what happens tonight, you must block it. Don't let anyone in. Lin Xian instructed. If you can survive tonight, all the primordial yang stones will be yours in the future. Don't worry, leave it to me. The dark red dragon shouted excitedly when it heard the 3 words, primordial yang stones. Chapter 662. What? When the Venerable from Blackwood Stronghold saw this scene, his expression became extremely unsightly. He decided that after breaking the formation, he would torture the person who cast it to death. Although the scar-faced man was extremely careful, it still attracted the attention of some people. At the very least, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong had been paying close attention. I've already asked for help from my family, but they haven't come yet. What about you? Nan Gongseng asked anxiously. I've also sent a message to the ancestor. I think he'll be here soon. Ma Rulong and Nan Gongseng both invited experts from their families to help. They knew that tonight was especially important for Lin Xian. If they succeeded, Lin Xian would transform into a dragon and become a true powerhouse. The hostile forces of Blackwood Stronghold definitely didn't want to see this result, so they would definitely take advantage of tonight to make a move. Sure enough, the 2 of them secretly observed and discovered that Blackwood Stronghold had actually sent out a Venerable. Fortunately, Lin Xian's courtyard was protected by a defensive formation, or else the situation would be terrible. Above, the scar-faced Venerable was furious. He raised his fist and wanted to bombard the defensive formation below again. At this moment, an old laugh sounded, followed by a ripple in the void. A terrifying energy fluctuation dispersed the scar-faced Venerable's attack. Hee, your Blackwood Stronghold really doesn't have a long memory. Have you forgotten the warning from last time? The scar-faced Venerable frowned as he looked at the old figure in front of him and exclaimed, "The Ma family's ancestor." He didn't expect such a terrifying and powerful figure to make a move. Immediately, his expression became extremely ugly. His strength was at the 1st heaven of the Venerable Realm, but the other party was at the 2nd heaven of the Venerable Realm or even higher. Although it was only a difference of 1 heaven, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to contend at all. However, this operation was very important to them. They had to succeed and couldn't fail. With a cold snort, the scar-faced Venerable waved his hand and sent out a signal from his family. Immediately, 2 more figures rushed over and instantly arrived beside the scar-faced Venerable. 2 more Venerables. It seemed that Blackwood Stronghold had made up their mind this time. They actually sent 3 Venerables to assassinate Lin Xian. Haha, it's so lively here. A loud laugh sounded, followed by the appearance of a white-robed old man who stood beside the Ma family's ancestor. Nangong family. The scarred Venerable One's pupils contracted. He did not expect the Nangong family to attack. Behind him, the 2 Venerable Ones who had just rushed over had ghastly looks on their faces. Their opponents were 2 old monsters, and their strength was above theirs. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they might not succeed. Was today's mission really going to fail? Could he only watch as that little thief broke through? The scarred Venerable Sir and the other 2 were not willing to give up. If they were 2 days late, their great elder and the people of the Divine Bird Palace would have arrived. By then, they would not have to fear the Ma and Nangong families. However, he never expected Lin Xian to break through so quickly. Right now, they didn't have any extra combat power. If you know what's good for you, then quickly scram back. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. The Ma family's old ancestors said with a smile. Let's go. With us here, you won't be able to break through. The elder of the Nangong family said in a deep voice. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to make a move against the three of them. After all, they were all exalted realm experts, and if any mishap were to occur, then Blackwood Stronghold would definitely go mad. At that time, it wouldn't be a war between individuals, but a war between the two families. The scar-scarred Venerable Sir and the other two had ugly expressions. They struggled internally, but in the end, they snorted and decided to leave. However, just as they turned around, a cold snort came from afar. Can't break through? What arrogance! The cold voice was like the roar of a ferocious beast, resounding in the void. The voice was filled with killing intent, causing the scar-scarred Venerable Sir and the other two to tremble slightly. What a terrifying aura! This person's cultivation is definitely above the second heaven of Exalted Realm. The three of them were shocked and hurriedly turned around. With a flash of light, a figure appeared in the void. The figure's body was shining with light, and it was impossible to see clearly. However, judging from the energy fluctuations on his body, his strength was definitely not below that of the Ma family's old ancestor, or even stronger. Such an expert actually came to kill Lin Xian. It was too surprising. For a moment, the Ma family's old ancestor and the Nangong family's elders' expressions became very serious. On the other hand, the scar-scarred Venerable Sir and the other two were abnormally excited. They originally thought that the mission was going to fail, but they did not expect the situation to turn around. At the last moment, a powerful helper appeared. The scar-scarred Venerable Sir and the Ma family's old ancestor sneered. Let's see how you're going to stop us this time. Their current lineup was too powerful, and they could definitely tear apart the Ma family's old ancestor and the Ma family's old ancestor's line of defense. As long as a Venerable Sir could enter the courtyard, he could immediately take Lin Xian's life. The mysterious Venerable Sir floated in the air, emitting a cold, killing intent. He looked ahead and said coldly, "Get lost or don't blame me for killing you." Facing the Ma family's old ancestor and the Nangong family's elders, the mysterious Venerable Sir was unusually arrogant. He did not even put the two of them in his eyes. Hearing that, the Ma family's old ancestor and the Ma family's old ancestor's faces turned gloomy. They were respected and had never been humiliated like this. You want to go over? Speak with your abilities. Anyone can talk, but I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The Ma family's old ancestor sneered. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The mysterious Venerable Sir's voice was cold. He threw out a punch, and the sky was filled with colorful clouds that floated out quickly like a cloud. The void trembled violently, and a force that could threaten a Venerable Sir suddenly spread out and rushed toward the Ma family's old ancestor and the Ma family's old ancestor. Destroy! The Ma family's old ancestor waved his sleeve, and suddenly, a ray of light shot out like a giant mountain in front of him. The two collided, and there was a tremor that could tear the world apart. In an instant, the black mountain formed by the sleeve was shattered, and the Ma family's old ancestor took 3 steps back with a shocked face. The mysterious Venerable Sir sneered and stood proudly. I've already shown mercy with that punch. If you don't get lost, the next punch will be your death date. The Ma family's old ancestor was shocked. Although he did not use all his strength in that attack, it was still enough to show that the mysterious Venerable Sir in front of him was stronger than him. Which force is it that wants to kill Lin Xian? His face was gloomy as he kept thinking. The scar-scarred Venerable Sir and the other two were ecstatic. The mysterious Venerable Sir alone could definitely suppress the Ma family's old ancestor. The 3 of them could forcefully break through Elder Nangong's hands. By then, they could definitely successfully kill Lin Xian below. However, just as they were about to make a move, the void in the middle fluctuated, and ripples appeared. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged scholar. He was holding a yellowed book and reading it with great interest. The middle-aged scholar did not emit any terrifying aura. He looked like a real scholar, weak and powerless. If he was not standing in the void, the crowd would not have thought of him as a martial artist. Where did this poor scholar come from? Get lost. This is not a place where you can stay. Countless rays of light flickered, burning like flames. The terrifying fist and the blazing palm shadow intertwined, forming countless energy storms that surged in the sky. The light made the stars and moon in the sky dim. After pushing out his palm, the middle-aged scholar became incomparably violent. His body was dazzling like a golden sun. Stormy wave palm. The palm shadow was waved out like the roaring waves of the sea. Huge energy tsunamis surged forward, sealing off all directions. The sky rumbled incessantly. An indescribable aura shrouded Quicksand City as if a real sea had appeared in the sky. At this moment, everyone in Quicksand City saw this strange phenomenon. Of course, that terrifying aura made them tremble even more. The mysterious Supreme Expert's expression finally changed. In the face of this domineering palm, he did not take it head-on. Instead, he chose to retreat. However, the light palm was too powerful and firmly locked onto him. In the end, he could not avoid it and could only take it head-on. Boom! As if thunder had exploded, the mysterious Supreme Expert was blasted back a few hundred meters, causing the void to crack. His arm was trembling slightly, and there were drops of blood dripping from his fingertips. This palm had injured him. Wild Palm Scholar, I'll remember this palm. I'll definitely return it in the future. The mysterious Supreme Expert snorted coldly and then soared into the sky. Such a huge commotion had long alarmed everyone. Moreover, with the Wild Palm Scholar around, he could not make a move at all. Seeing that the mysterious Supreme Expert had retreated, the hearts of the scar-scarred Venerable and the other two trembled. They did not dare to stay any longer and quickly turned into rays of light and disappeared. The operation to kill Lin Xian collapsed just like that. After the middle-aged scholar repelled the powerful enemy, he did not stay and quickly disappeared into the void. The Ma family's great ancestor and the elder of the Nangong family looked at each other and flew down. It seemed that Lin Xian was safe and they did not have to stay there anymore. In the courtyard, the dark red divine dragon had been observing the situation outside. At this moment, it heaved a sigh of relief when it saw that everyone had retreated. Otherwise, its array formation would not be able to withstand so many Supreme Experts. Lin Xian was unaware of these things. He closed his eyes tightly and made a strange seal with his hands. Wisps of spiritual sword chi overflowed from his body and circled around him. The area around him was completely filled with sword chi. The sword chi intertwined and formed a unique domain. The entire phenomenon lasted for 3 days before it gradually disappeared. In the end, an earth-shattering dragon roar and sword cry sounded. In a trance, the shadow of a divine sword soared into the sky. In the next moment, the sound and phenomenon quickly disappeared. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like a materialized sword ray that was 10 feet long. It pierced through the void and surged in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely excited like a child. After 3 life-and-death battles, he had finally condensed a true martial soul. Although he had not entered the Supreme Realm, his true combat strength was not weaker than a first-level Supreme Expert. Moreover, his cultivation had increased again and reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. It could be said that Lin Xian's strength had taken a qualitative leap. He was definitely the #1 person among the younger generation in the Sand region. Let's go out for a walk. Lin Xian was in a good mood and went out with the snow-white little monkey and the dark red divine dragon. After obtaining a sword soul, he did not have to be afraid of doing things because he already had the ability to contend with Supreme Experts. Lin Xian walked on the street and immediately caused a commotion. They knew about the phenomenon in the sky 3 days ago. Several Supreme Experts had failed to kill Lin Xian. This matter caused a huge commotion in Quicksand City. Chapter 664. Lin Xian's appearance caused a stir among the crowd. Many people were shocked, but they were also very curious. They wanted to know what realm Lin Xian had reached and whether he had condensed a true martial soul. However, no one dared to try. Unless they were geniuses, they would not be able to do so. Lin Xian ignored these people and walked toward the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena with a satisfied expression. "Brother Xian, you're here." Nan Gongseng was pleasantly surprised when he saw Lin Xian. Soon after, Ma Rulong came out as well. The two of them pulled Lin Xian into the backyard. "How is it? Did you break through?" Ma Rulong's eyes were eager. "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. He had just broken through to the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Nan Gongseng spat out a mouthful of spirit tea. "Who asked about that? I'm talking about martial souls, martial souls." Lin Xian smiled and rubbed his nose. "Take a guess." Big brother, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us." Looking at Brother Lin's appearance, he must have succeeded. Ma Rulong's face was filled with envy. "He did succeed." Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to help you condense martial souls." The dark red divine dragon had told him about what happened that night. Lin Xian was grateful to them for inviting their family's supremacy. He knew that he had not made these two friends for nothing, so he would definitely do his best to help them break through. Really? Their eyes lit up when they heard that. Supremacy was a powerhouse. Just their lifespan alone was at least 800 years. It was definitely something that would make countless warriors go crazy. "Brother Xian, I'll follow you from now on," Nan Gongseng shouted excitedly. He was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Under normal circumstances, he would never be able to reach the supremacy realm in his lifetime. But now, Lin Xian had given him hope. How could he not be excited? Ma Rulong was also excited. He was also a genius and his life's goal was to reach the supremacy realm. According to his natural talent and resources, he might be able to enter the Exalt realm in 100 to 200 years. However, things were different now. With Lin Xian around, he knew that this time would be greatly reduced. After all, Lin Xian had merely utilized an extremely short period of time to advance into the Exalt realm. Wait a moment. Lin Xian began to recall the things that Wine Lord had left behind. Back then, Wine Lord had left behind a lot of secret martial arts manuals, formations, pills, and other information. These days, Lin Xian had been busy trying to break through his martial soul, so he hadn't studied them in detail. He remembered that in the information, there were some martial arts that should be very suitable for the two of them. Now was the time to take them out. Found it? Lin Xian smiled, then took out a jade slip to defend his forehead and copied the martial arts into it. Soon, he handed the 2 jade slips to the two of them. "Brother Ma, this is a sacred flame spear art. It is a half-earth tier martial art. It is not suitable for you to take a look." Hearing this, Ma Rulong's eyes lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. Although a half-earth tier martial art was inferior to an earth tier martial art, it was still an extremely rare existence. Now that Lin Xian had generously given it to him, he was truly surprised. At the same time, he secretly decided that he would follow Lin Xian for the rest of his life. Nan Gongseng anxiously shouted, "Don't worry, I won't forget about you." Lin Xian smiled and took out the other jade slip. "This is the Water Element Gentle Fist. It is also a half-earth tier martial art." "Really? That's great," Nan Gongseng excitedly said. The two of them excitedly watched. Then, they followed Lin Xian to the Alliance Arena to sign up. There were only a few days left until the Alliance Arena began. Blackwood Cliff didn't look like he was lying. Could it be that this seemingly weak youth really had a terrifying battle strength? Be careful. That kid also likes Murong Goddess. I'm afraid he's a strong opponent. Blackwood Cliff said insidiously. We'll know if he's strong or not after we try. One of the single-eyed youths revealed an evil smile and strode forward. As a genius of the Divine Bird Palace, he naturally didn't put others in his eyes, especially this Sand Region genius. In his eyes, the Sand Region was just a remote place. How could there be a genius in such a place? It was just a fight between frogs at the bottom of a well. Moreover, the opponent's aura was pitifully weak, so he didn't put him in his eyes. Chapter 665. Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng were watching in the crowd. Suddenly he felt a strong killing intent coming towards him. Frowning, he turned his head and squinted his eyes. Because he saw a young man in a colorful robe walking towards him with He Muya and the others behind him. Although he didn't know the young man, Lin Xian was familiar with his clothes. It was the clothes of the Divine Bird Palace. He didn't expect the people of the Divine Bird Palace to come. He just didn't know if these people came for the competition or to catch him. Lin Xian was puzzled and secretly vigilant. However, he wasn't afraid. After he condensed a real sword soul, he didn't fear the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace at all. Now that he had a real sword soul, Lin Xian even dared to challenge venerables, let alone these young warriors. Therefore, when he saw the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace coming, he sneered. If they didn't open their eyes and dared to trouble him, he didn't mind testing his moves on them. It just so happened that he also wanted to try his strength after condensing a real sword soul. Nan Gongseng and Marulong also saw the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace coming towards them. If it was before, the two of them would be on guard, but now they didn't have a trace of nervousness. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. They knew that Lin Xian had condensed a real martial soul and was definitely the #1 person in the younger generation. Even the older generation experts might not be his match, let alone these people. Therefore, in their opinion, those who dared to trouble Lin Xian were definitely courting death. You're the #1 person in the younger generation of the Sand region? The young man with eyelids walked up and looked at Lin Xian condescendingly. He didn't know Lin Xian's name, and he didn't participate in the mission to kill Lin Xian, so he didn't know Lin Xian. Moreover, he didn't think in that direction. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he carefully looked at the young man in front of him. These people were between the ages of 25 to 30, and they were almost 10 years older than Lin Xian. It could be said that these people were the true young elites of the Divine Bird Palace. The people that Lin Xian had met in the Lost Lands could only be regarded as the reserve team of the Divine Bird Palace. The strength of those people was much weaker than the ones in front of him. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If that's what you think, I don't have any objections. Brat, you're very arrogant. Do you know who you're talking to? The young man with single eyelids had a cold look in his eyes. He believed that if the other party knew his identity, he would be scared shitless. What status? Aren't you just a stupid bird? You don't even know that you've been used as a tool. How pathetic. Shui Lin sneered in disdain. How could he not know about Blackwood Cliff's little tricks? He was just too lazy to pay attention to them. However, since the other party dared to come knocking on his door, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Brat, you're courting death. The young man with single eyelids' face darkened and his eyes burned with anger. In an instant, a divine light materialized and pierced toward Lin Xian. At the same time, he raised his left palm and quickly blasted toward Lin Xian. As a genius warrior of the Divine Bird Palace, he had a trace of the divine bird's blood flowing in his body. Now a brat dared to call him a stupid bird. This was the greatest blasphemy to him. Only by killing him could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Facing the attack of the young man with single eyelids, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and released 2 rays of sword light to meet the other party's gaze. At the same time, he snorted and pointed his finger like a sword. He seriously injured the genius of the Divine Bird Palace with 1 blow. The rest of the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace quickly came to the side of the young man with single eyelids, looking nervous. Then they looked at Lin Xian with a strong murderous intent in their eyes. Next to them, He Muya recovered from the initial shock, and then he was ecstatic. He made his move. Lin Xian injured a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. He was definitely going to die. With pride in his heart, He Muya sneered, "Boy, do you know who you injured? Humph, it's just a little bird. How dare they call themselves the Divine Bird Palace? They don't deserve the word divine." Chapter 666. Now that it had obtained a large number of primordial yang stones, its strength had been restored to the half-step venerable realm after a few days of cultivation. Although it could not be compared to before, it was able to use several secret techniques. Moreover, with its current speed, it was confident that it could escape from a venerable. After so many days, it could finally speak in front of everyone. A snake that can talk. It's a snake demon. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They had never seen such a spiritual monster. Damn it, you're the snake demon. Your whole family are snake demons. The dark red divine dragon looked extremely displeased and indignant. Muya was extremely shocked. He could no longer care about the talking snake, because from the other party's words, Lin Xian seemed to know the identity of the young man with single eyelids. However, even so, he still dared to attack, which showed that Lin Xian did not take these people seriously at all. Muya's face was very ugly because he found that Lin Xian was not afraid of the Divine Bird Palace at all. He found that all his plans had failed. However, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart because Lin Xian had injured the people of the Divine Bird Palace. With the Divine Bird Palace's methods, they would never let Lin Xian go. Sure enough, the other disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were angry and murderous. Boy, you dare to injure the people of the Divine Bird Palace, wait for your death. Humph, a bunch of stupid birds. The dark red dragon sneered, you don't know that you've been fooled. That black boy knows that we're strong, but he kept provoking you. He obviously has bad intentions. You're still foolishly shouting, do you really think we don't dare to kill you? The blood of the Eastern Divine Dragon flowed in its body, so it did not have a good impression of these self-proclaimed divine birds. If it were not for the loss of its dragon essence, it would have slapped them all to death. Don't listen to its nonsense. He's obviously trying to sow discord between us. Muya's face changed and hurriedly explained. Humph, it's useless to say anything. You've injured the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, so you'll pay with your life. The young men looked ferocious. However, they did not dare to attack. After all, Lin Xian was able to heavily injure the young man with single eyelids in one move. His strength was definitely not something they could contend against. However, this time, not only did the younger generation come, but the venerable ones from the clan also came. As long as the clan's elders made a move, they would definitely be able to kill this detestable little thief in front of them. Get lost. Otherwise, this emperor will pierce through all of you and barbecue you to eat. The dark red divine dragon threatened. The little white monkey sat on the dark red dragon's back, its eyes filled with disdain. Just you wait, you're dead. Several disciples of the Divine Bird Palace quickly lifted the injured young man with single eyelids and left quickly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't think that the famous disciple of Divine Bird Palace would run away without a fight. However, they soon felt relieved because Lin Xian's performance was too terrifying. He was able to injure that kind of genius expert with a single sword strike. This kind of strength was definitely unfathomable, and it was very likely that he had already reached that level. Lin Xian did not take the threat of Divine Bird Palace to heart. The grudge between him and Divine Bird Palace was not that small. Both sides were originally in a state of irreconcilable hatred, so when he met a disciple of Divine Bird Palace, he would definitely not be lenient. If it wasn't for the fact that killing was prohibited in the city, he would have killed him long ago. Then he looked at Muya. You instigated the disciples of the big forces to make a move, and you secretly benefited. You're very skilled at using these despicable methods. Lin Xian sneered. People like you don't deserve to be the Sand Region's heaven's pride. I won't kill you because it will dirty my hands. Get lost. This voice was cold, sonorous, and powerful, spreading in all directions. You dash. Muya was so angry that his whole body trembled. Lin Xian dared to scold him in public, which made him very mad. Those elders of Blackwood Castle were also angry, and each of them stared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. What, you want to fight? You can try. A cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. The people of Blackwood Castle trembled with anger, especially Muya. He wanted to attack several times, but he restrained himself. In the end, he waved his sleeve and left while gnashing his teeth. The others were dumbfounded. Was this still the arrogant Heaven's Pride? In front of Lin Xian, he didn't even dare to fart. Brother Lin, this time Divine Bird Palace not only sent their disciples, but also a few venerables. You have to be careful. Ma Rulong said in a deep voice. I have a deep grudge with Divine Bird Palace. It's impossible to turn enemies into friends. You two be careful. Don't get too close to me for the time being. You two first develop your strength in secret, and wait until the time is right. Lin Xian said. At present, Nan Gongseng and Ma Long were too weak to be of much use. There was no benefit in tying them to him. It was better to let them develop their strength in secret. This was the best choice. Lin Xian discovered that as his cultivation increased, he needed a powerful influence more and more. This was not only to protect his life, but also to accumulate resources. After seeing the disciples of those large influences, Lin Xian realized that compared to them, the resources he had weren't anything at all. For example, in the Palace of Gods of War, any supremacy would be able to create an entire Yuanyang stone mine. Compared to other places, it was definitely a huge resource. Moreover, he didn't have the time or energy to gather the resources he needed. But, if he had a great influence behind him that could help him with these matters, it would save him a great deal of effort. Thus, Lin Xian had plans to develop his own influence. Of course, he knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He had to slowly develop it. Only by giving these matters to those he trusted the most could he feel at ease. After Lin Xian finished registering, he left. All he needed to do was wait for the competition to begin. Moreover, he had already made plans. After obtaining the Divine Dream Bone, he planned to leave the Sand region and make a trip to War God Palace. This was because that was where he could find his father's whereabouts. As for Nan Gongseng, Ma Long, and the others, Lin Xian planned to have them develop in the Sand region first. Of course, he would leave behind enough resources for them to cultivate. Of course, these matters would only begin after he obtained the Divine Dream Bone. For the next several days, Lin Xian lived a leisurely and carefree life. During the day, he brought the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey to stroll through the city, tasting all sorts of delicacies. At night, he returned to the quiet courtyard and quietly cultivated. At this time, it was like she was living the life of an ordinary person, filled with serenity and serenity. This allowed his battle-hardened heart to settle down. Experiencing life or death battles was a type of experience, but living a peaceful and tranquil life was also another type of experience. Looking at the flowers blooming and withering in front of the courtyard, Lin Xian felt another form of life. This was something he hadn't experienced before. Now that he had condensed a true martial soul, he had new understandings of these things. Perhaps these things weren't of much use right now, but Lin Xian had a premonition that his future road of martial arts wouldn't be purely about increasing his combat strength. Increasing his soul and state of mind would be equally important. He saw a youth in a colorful robe standing on the super arena below with his hands behind his back. His expression was arrogant, and his eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Hearing this, the martial artists of the first and second floors of the Sand region trembled with anger. They stared at the youth on the stage like hungry wolves, but none of them dared to make a move. This youth was too terrifying. He could send a peak spirit realm expert flying with one slap. This kind of person was definitely a top genius. Lin Xian was slightly surprised because he found that the arrogant youth was actually a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. However, looking at his age, he was much younger than the young man with single eyelids. He was probably 17 or 18 years old. Judging from his cultivation, this youth seemed to be stronger than the young man with single eyelids. Interesting. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Below, after the youth in the colorful roar, a strong young man suddenly roared and rushed into the arena. Bang! His feet landed on the ground, shaking the entire arena. It was as if a huge demonic mountain had fallen to the ground. The violent power made people tremble. "Boy, you're too arrogant. Take my punch." The young man roared and punched out with both fists. They were like two angry dragons roaring in the air. Crack, 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 crack. Wherever the fist wind passed, countless cracks appeared on the hard diamond ground. One could imagine how powerful this punch was. The void trembled and the wind blew like a ghost's howl. This punch caused exclamations from all around. However, the youth in the colorful robe sneered disdainfully. Looking at the fist coming towards him, he didn't dodge. Instead, he waited until the fist was close to him before he made his move. The youth raised his palm and then slapped it out. Bang! The surrounding air trembled violently. Countless spiritual energy surged and roared like a tsunami. The terrifying sound of the collision was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing everyone's ears to tremble. The young man flew backward as if he had been struck by lightning. Countless cracks appeared on his arms and scarlet blood splattered all over the ground. Shocked, everyone was shocked. Everyone in the martial arts arena exclaimed. Such a powerful young man was seriously injured by a single slap. This youth was too terrifying. The youth in the colorful robe slapped the young man flying and said disdainfully, "Too weak. You're worse than a fly. Who can take my slap?" This voice was extremely arrogant and echoed in the arena. It shouldn't be. With his strength, it's impossible for him to participate in this kind of elimination competition. Could there be a mistake? Everyone discussed. They had seen the youth's strength and it was indeed terrifying. This kind of person could directly participate in the finals, but they didn't expect him to come to such a place. Zhu Ning stood in the arena with an arrogant face. He enjoyed the horrified gazes of the surrounding people. With his strength, he could naturally enter the finals directly. However, killing weak warriors in the beginner's arena was more satisfying for his perverted mentality. Why would a warrior of this level appear here? Lin Xian frowned slightly. Naturally, he didn't know about the other party's perverted mentality. The youth insisted. He could have entered the finals directly, but he refused. A woman beside him said softly, "Oh." Lin Xian was surprised and turned to look at the youth on his right. The woman was in her 20s. She was beautiful and had a proud figure. At this moment, she was looking at Lin Xian with a smile. Chapter 668. I know about such a small matter. If you want to know more, please ask. The beautiful girl said with a smile. Do you know anything about that young man? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The beautiful girl said softly, Zhu Ning, from the Divine Bird Palace, 17 years old this year, arrogant and conceited. His cultivation has reached the half-step honorable realm. Because of the divine bird's blood flowing in his body, his martial soul is a divine bird illusion. The girl said softly. The information was very detailed. Lin Xian was shocked and became vigilant. You don't look like an ordinary maid. Don't worry, Sir Lin. Even an honorable realm expert can't hurt you, let alone a few weak girls like us. Hearing this, the other young women also laughed softly. You know me. Lin Xian touched his nose. When he entered, the Nangong family elder did not mention his name. Don't misunderstand, sir. We are from the Merry Woods. This time, the Nangong family invited us to assist the martial competition. A few days ago at the Merry Woods, we naturally saw Sir's elegance. So that's how it is. Lin Xian suddenly understood. He did not expect the Nangong family to invite people from the Merry Woods to serve them. That was really generous. The Merry Woods was a real money-squandering establishment. Without a certain amount of wealth, one could not even enter the door. And now, the Nangong family had arranged for 4 girls from the Merry Woods to serve each private room for this martial competition. What is your name? Lin Xian asked the beautiful girl on the right. My name is Ruyu. Ruyu, beautiful as jade. What a good name. Sir, you flatter me. Ruyu giggled and walked up, her hips swaying as she poured Lin Xian a glass of spirit wine. Lin Xian drank it in one gulp, then looked down at the arena. On the arena, Zhu Ning's next opponent had appeared. It was a young man in purple. This young man was extraordinary. His whole body was surrounded by purple energy, emitting a strong surge of power. He was not a warrior from the Sand region, but a genius warrior from a foreign region called the Purple Chi Pavilion. Purple Chi from the east. The purple-clothed young man used his ultimate skill as soon as he arrived. Purple Chi surged all over his body, forming a purple cloud as he quickly rushed forward. Multicolored light filled the sky, forming a blazing wave of energy that wreaked havoc in the air. Zhu Ning sneered as his right palm struck down. The wind from his palm was like a blade, violent and sharp to the extreme. It was like a silver river hanging upside down in the void. The blazing radiance intertwined with the brilliant purple clouds, forming waves of energy. Zhu Ning sneered. His palm turned into a claw, and he clawed at the void. Suddenly, a huge phantom of a beast claw appeared in the void, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. The beast claws were terrifying. Each of them was as thick as a mountain. They filled the void like 5 huge mountains. The purple clouds were torn apart, and then the beast claw phantom grabbed at the purple-robed young man with an even more violent aura. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. The purple-clothed young man formed a seal with his palms, and his body shot out like a bolt of purple lightning. At the same time, countless purple figures appeared in the void. Every one of them looked like a real person, making it impossible to tell which was which. These purple figures flew quickly in the void like bolts of purple lightning, and they quickly surrounded Zhu Ning. Insignificant tricks. Zhu Ning sneered disdainfully. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. They were 100 meters long, and red divine flames danced on them, evaporating the void. The wings flapped, and flames filled the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. In an instant, countless purple figures were burned to ashes in the raging flames. The purple-clothed young man's real body appeared, and he looked extremely flustered. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. Bolts of purple lightning intertwined in his palms, forming a terrifying energy ball. As soon as the purple energy ball appeared, the surrounding air trembled, as if it could not withstand its power. Then, the purple-clothed young man waved his palms, and they shrouded the area in front of him. The purple lightning ball in his palms turned into a bolt of lightning that shot forward. You think you're worthy of using lightning? Zhu Ning sneered disdainfully. He roared and spat out a bolt of blue lightning. The lightning was resplendent and dazzling. Countless bolts of lightning bloomed in the sky, and its aura was terrifying. In an instant, the blue lightning pierced through the purple lightning ball. The next moment, it hit the purple-clothed young man. Boom! A low rumble of thunder sounded in the surroundings. The purple-clothed young man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was charred black, and he fell on the arena, twitching non-stop. Around him, the hard diamond ground was smashed into a terrifying crater. Black smoke rose from the ground around him, and it was extremely terrifying. He was too powerful. He was definitely a young prodigy. Everyone's hearts palpitated. The strength that Zhu Ning displayed had already surpassed everyone else, and he was at the level of a prodigy. This guy is extremely similar to Lin Xian back then. He's also an invincible existence. Many people discussed and compared him to Lin Xian. When Zhu Ning heard these discussions, his face darkened. He shouted coldly, "What, Lin Xian? How dare he compare himself to me? Get him out here, and I'll kill him with one slap." He wanted to dominate the world, not be on the same level as anyone. Stop bragging. I remember that a few days ago, Lin Xian severely injured your senior brother with one move. Don't you think it's a bit late for you to be so arrogant here? In the crowd, a sneer sounded. The voice was erratic, and no one could tell where it came from. However, it was obvious that the person who spoke did not like the actions of the Divine Bird Palace. So what? I wasn't there at the time. If I was, I would have killed him with one hand. Also, don't worry. He dared to injure a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. I won't let him go. Don't you think Lin Xian is powerful? Go and tell him now that I'm waiting here. Tell him to get his ass over here and accept his death. These words were extremely arrogant, and he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian's strength was extremely powerful, and it was very likely that he had already taken that crucial step. However, now someone dared to challenge him. How audacious! Many people were even more furious because they had already regarded Lin Xian as their idol. Now that someone had insulted their idol, they could not wait to fight back. Now, they hoped that Lin Xian would appear and beat the arrogant kid in front of them. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Lin Xian was half lying on a rattan chair, enjoying the service of 4 stunning beauties. His gaze was slightly gloomy as he looked down with a trace of coldness. However, he had no intention of making a move. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only a half-step venerable. He was no challenge to him. Therefore, Lin Xian was too lazy to make a move. However, the other 4 girls in the private room looked at Lin Xian curiously with a puzzled expression. "You're not angry?" "Yes. An ignorant brat is just being arrogant. What's there to be angry about? Do you think I'll lower myself to his level?" Lin Xian shook his head and took a sip of the wine in his hand. "I don't understand. If it were me, I would definitely return the favor." Ru Yu's small face was slightly raised. "Oh, is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. Go down and send him away." Lin Xian sat up straight and said with a smile. Chapter 669. Me. Ru Yu was stunned. She quickly shook her head. "I'm no match for him." "Don't worry. I've already figured out his flaws. As long as you do as I say, you'll definitely succeed. He has a martial soul prototype. Even if I know his flaws, it's futile in the face of such absolute strength." Ru Yu did not dare to agree. She did not want to joke around with her life. "Don't worry. I don't want you to defeat him." Lin Xian smiled. "Then what do you want?" "It's simple. Since the other party has spoken such arrogant words, of course I want to slap him in the face." Ru Yu was slightly stunned. She then laughed. It seemed that the young man in front of her was not as calm as he appeared. Subsequently, Lin Xian told Ru Yu about Zhu Ning's flaws and secretly transferred some energy into her body. With this energy, she could definitely hit Zhu Ning. Below, Zhu Ning sensed the angry and fearful gazes of the crowd. He felt very pleased. What elite! That Lin Xian is a coward. He doesn't even dare to come out." Zhu Ning became even more arrogant when he saw that Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen. What's there to be arrogant about? If Lin Xian can send your senior brother flying with 1 strike, he can definitely severely injure you with 1 strike. A young girl screamed angrily. Lin Xian was her idol. She would not allow anyone to humiliate him. "Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to him striking me." Zhu Ning sneered. "But where is your idol? He doesn't even dare to come out." Zhu Ning's voice became louder and louder. It shook the void like the cries of 10,000 beasts. The crowd was enraged, especially the disciples of the Divine Dragon Pavilion. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. This feeling was too sullen. However, at that moment, a graceful figure floated out from the private room on the 3rd floor. She landed lightly on the arena like a graceful swan. The crowd was stunned. They did not expect that the one who attacked would be a woman. Moreover, judging by her attire, she seemed to be a servant. Zhu Ning laughed wildly. "Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Is there no one else in the sand region? They actually sent a servant. Little girl, get out of here. I don't kill women." "Don't be so arrogant. I'm here on young Master Lin's orders to slap your face." A gentle voice sounded like a gentle breeze. This woman was naturally Ru Yu. At this moment, she had already received the information imparted to her by Lin Xian and came to the arena. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. Could this woman have been sent by Lin Xian? But this woman's aura is only at the limit realm. She's not Zhu Ning's match at all. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They did not know what Lin Xian was doing. Zhu Ning's face was even more gloomy. A little maid, an ant-like character, dared to humiliate him in public? Killing intent rose in his heart. "Originally, I don't kill women, but since you're looking for death, don't blame me." If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that bullsh asterisk T Lin Xian. He didn't dare to stand up for himself and actually sent a woman up. Such a person is worse than trash. Cut the crap, take this. Ryu cried out. Her figure was like duckweed as she quickly swept out. You're courting death. Zhu Ning sneered. The flame wings on his back were hundreds of feet long. A sea of fire floated and burned fiercely. The crowd below exclaimed. This move was too powerful. Even the purple-robed youth could not withstand it, let alone a little maid. Countless young female warriors screamed and covered their eyes. They did not dare to watch what was going to happen next. The male warriors sighed. It was a pity that such a beautiful woman was about to be burned to ashes by the raging flames. However, unexpectedly, Ru Yu's speed suddenly exploded. She kept changing positions in the void and appeared in the area where the flames were the weakest. Her movement technique was as fast as a ghost. In an instant, she was beside Zhu Ning. What? The crowd was shocked. They did not expect a little maid to have such a powerful movement technique. She was actually able to break through the sea of fire attack. Zhu Ning was also stunned. Then, his face became terrifyingly gloomy. He snorted coldly and reached out his hand to grab the figure in front of him. Although the other party's movement technique was strange and she came to his side, it was useless in his eyes. The gap between them was like a chasm. Did Lin Xian really think that an ant could shake a giant dragon? What a joke! Therefore, Zhu Ning's eyes were full of disdain when facing Ru Yu. Ru Yu also waved her hand and slapped out her slender hand. The crowd sighed. How could a little maid block Zhu Ning's palm? However, what happened next stunned them. Ru Yu's palm suddenly exploded with a powerful force. It bloomed with countless rays of light like a small sun. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. The next moment, Zhu Ning flew out. A clear palm print appeared on his cheek. It was bright red. The crowd was stunned. It was like a dream. A maid really slapped Zhu Ning's face. How was this possible? Ru Yu was delighted. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. The power in her hand just now was naturally injected into her body by Lin Xian in advance. When it exploded, it easily broke through Zhu Ning's defense. That. Zhu Ning covered his handsome face. Hatred danced in his eyes. It was like a sharp blade that tore the void apart. A fierce, murderous aura was emitted from his body. It was accompanied by a sea of fire that enveloped half of the void. At this moment, the entire arena erupted with a heart-palpitating fluctuation. A fierce and terrifying murderous aura was emitted from Zhu Ning's body and rushed towards Ru Yu. Not good. Ru Yu was shocked. She wanted to escape, but her body seemed to be bound. She couldn't move at all. That terrifying aura was like a cage that tightly suppressed her. This was the power of a martial soul prototype. It had an absolute advantage over ordinary warriors. Am I going to die? Ru Yu was shocked. Her mind was blank. However, in the next moment, a golden palm carrying a sky full of thunder and lightning grabbed down from the void. It was like the palm of the thunder god. It instantly tore apart the terrifying aura. Then, the golden palm wrapped around Ru Yu and quickly retreated to the private room on the third floor. Want to leave? Not so easy. Stay here. Zhu Ning roared angrily. He was like an ancient fierce beast. How could he let her escape safely? The flames on his body surged and condensed into a flaming palm. He chased after her. However, he was a step too late. The golden palm took Ru Yu away in an instant. It was as if it had never appeared. Seeing the flaming palm fall, Zhu Ning roared in anger. His voice was like a sword that pierced through the sky and shattered the clouds. It was like a closed eye that emitted a heart-palpitating power. This young man was too powerful. He defeated his opponents in almost every match with a single move. There were even a few popular contestants who had been favored by others who had been defeated by him. There was no doubt that this was another mysterious expert from outside the realm. His strength was definitely not weaker than the Sand Region's geniuses. In fact, he might even be stronger. Lin Xian stood in the crowd and frowned as he looked at the majestic figure on the stage. He could naturally sense that this young man's cultivation was at the half-step honorable realm. However, the golden rune on his forehead made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Xian knew that this was an instinctive resistance from his body. In other words, the golden rune was a threat to him. Then he was deeply shocked. He had condensed a true martial soul and his strength was comparable to an honorable realm expert. However, the golden rune between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows was still a threat to him. This was simply too inconceivable. However, he soon felt relieved. The Tianwu continent was extremely vast, and martial arts were flourishing. Perhaps this young man came from a mysterious force and had the strength to threaten an honorable realm expert. He secretly remembered this young man and turned to leave. The golden-haired young man was the strongest in the Ma family's martial arts arena, so he did not need to observe the others. Lin Xian left and headed to the next martial arts arena. This time, he headed to the Blackwood family's martial arts arena. The Blackwood family's martial arts arena was also very lively. Lin Xian did not conceal himself and directly appeared in the martial arts arena. Immediately, the entire Blackwood family was abnormally nervous. They looked at Lin Xian in a daze. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to come to the Blackwood family's martial arts arena. One had to know that the two families were sworn enemies. Was he not afraid of being besieged by the Blackwood family? However, they soon felt relieved because they found that Lin Xian did not panic at all. Instead, a playful smile hung on his face. Moreover, they knew that Lin Xian had a mysterious relationship with the War God Palace. Moreover, he had connections with the Ma family, Nangong family, and the city lord. Therefore, the Blackwood family did not dare to openly make a move in the city. The Blackwood family naturally knew this. They looked at Lin Xian and trembled with anger. However, they soon sneered. Because the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace looked at Lin Xian with the same murderous intent. Their hatred seemed to be stronger than theirs. Offending the Divine Bird Palace. Even if you have the protection of the War God Palace, you will be killed sooner or later. The Blackwood stronghold people sneered. The Divine Bird Palace was on the same level as the War God Palace. They did not fear the other party. Moreover, Lin Xian did not have a deep relationship with the War God Palace. Killing such a person was as easy as flipping a hand for the Divine Bird Palace. Lin Xian did not care about the Blackwood family's reaction. His eyes were fixed on the martial arts arena because there was also a super master here. The young man was tall and his skin was dark like charcoal. At first, the crowd mocked him because of his skin color. However, they were soon shocked speechless. Because a quasi-heaven's pride martial artist punched the dark-skinned young man's chest and broke his own arm. Blood spurted out and the quasi-heaven's pride martial artist screamed in pain. His face was full of horror. His punch was very powerful. Even a spirit-grade treasure might not be able to withstand it. However, when it hit the opponent's chest, it did not cause any damage. Instead, it even injured the opponent's arm. This was too terrifying. The quasi-heaven's pride martial artist quickly surrendered. He had a premonition that if the fight continued, it would not be as simple as a broken arm. Everyone was shocked. This was definitely another heaven's pride level character. What? Did this kid become so powerful? Even 3 supreme experts could not take him down. The Divine Bird Palace elder's expression changed. Don't misunderstand. This little thief is only a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. However, he has many supreme experts protecting him. It will be difficult to kill him in Quicksand City. Moreover, this kid is connected to the Palace of War Gods, so it's best not to kill him in public. Palace of War Gods? Supreme experts protecting him? Hearing this, the 2 supreme experts from Divine Bird Palace frowned. From these words, they knew that the people from Blackwood Stronghold must have suffered a great loss in Lin Xian. It seemed that they really could not make a move in Quicksand City. Elders, don't worry. As long as that little thief dares to come to the finals, I will kill him personally. At this moment, a voice rang out. Everyone was shocked. They turned around and saw a young man walking out from the depths of the arena. This young man was also wearing a 5-colored battle robe. His expression was cold, and his body emitted a powerful aura. "Brother!" Zhu Ning exclaimed. He did not expect his brother to make a move. His brother was a true prodigy. He was only a hair away from condensing a true martial soul. He was definitely an extremely powerful martial artist among the younger generation. With his brother making a move, he would definitely be able to kill that little thief surnamed Lin. "Don't worry. I will let him live for a few more days. When the finals come, I will kill him in front of everyone." "That's great." The two supreme experts laughed. They knew that the young man in front of them definitely had such strength. This was because he was a prodigy of their clan. The competitions in the various arenas were proceeding in an orderly manner. 5 days later, the 7 martial artists who would enter the finals were finally selected. In addition to Lin Xian and the other prodigies who could enter the finals directly, there were a total of 12 peerless experts fighting for the final championship. These 12 experts were all prodigies. Each of them was extremely powerful and could suppress their peers. The competition between these people was definitely a rare and incomparable battle. Perhaps only Goddess Murong had such charm to be able to gather prodigies from all over the world. This time, the competition was held in an ancient super arena in the city. The arena was very large and could accommodate 100,000 people. It was a real super arena. The competition followed the order of drawing lots. The first round of the competition was quickly decided. The first round of the competition was actually Lin Xian. His opponent was the genius of the Divine Bird Palace who had a grudge with him, Zhu Ning. As soon as the news came out, the entire Quicksand City was in an uproar. This was a battle between two prodigies. It was definitely going to be exciting. Chapter 672. In comparison, he was more worried about the two venerables from the Divine Bird Palace. However, Zhu Ning was different. He shouted excitedly. Not long ago, he had been slapped in the face by Lin Xian, making him lose all face. He needed an opportunity to kill Lin Xian fair and square. However, the heavens seemed to be on his side. He was matched against Lin Xian in the first round of the finals. This was definitely the best time to humiliate him. Zhu Ning grinned as the blood in his body boiled. In his opinion, he had been careless last time. If he took it seriously, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. After all, he was a genius disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. Not only did he have an Earth-rank martial art, but he also had the power of the Divine Bird bloodline. Ordinary geniuses were no match for him. "Lin, I'm going to cut you into pieces. I'll let you taste the consequences of provoking me." Zhu Ning was like a demon as he laughed wildly. Compared to the two of them, the most excited were the people of Quicksand City. On this day, the tickets to enter the arena were sold at a sky-high price. The price was 10 times or even dozens of times the original price. However, there were still countless cultivators who madly bought tickets. They didn't hesitate to go bankrupt just to watch this competition. They wouldn't miss this kind of battle between geniuses no matter what. In the ancient Super Colosseum, the 100,000 seats were quickly sold out. However, there were more than 1 million cultivators in Quicksand City. 100,000 seats couldn't satisfy their needs. Moreover, this competition was extraordinary. Almost all the participants were geniuses. This kind of grand occasion was rarely seen in 100 years. Therefore, at the request of the cultivators, the Nangong family and the other two top forces had no choice but to set up a huge crystal light screen array in Quicksand City to broadcast the competition in the Colosseum. All the major forces worked together, and their efficiency was very high. Soon, several huge crystal light screens were set up. Around them were many complex formations used to transmit information and images. Only then did the cultivators of Quicksand City feel satisfied. The inside of the Super Dojo was even more lively. The 100,000 seats were all filled up, and the black mass of people was like a flood. In the center of the Colosseum, There was a huge arena that was 1,000 meters long and wide. It was big enough for the geniuses to fight. Moreover, an Exalt Realm expert had poured formidable spirit energy into the ground of the combat arena, so it was utterly impossible for anyone below the Exalt Realm to destroy it. Around the Super Battle Ring, a 5-colored light screen was set up. Hundreds of array masters worked together to maintain the light screen to ensure the safety of everyone. It could be said that everything was ready. All that was left was for the competition to begin. The people from the 3 great clans knew that everyone was looking forward to it, so they didn't delay and immediately announced the start of the competition. A young man in a 5-colored battle suit flew onto the arena like a divine bird. His expression was arrogant, and his eyes released the radiance of hatred. Divine flames surged around his body, accompanied by killing intent. His aura was astonishing. The youth was naturally Zhu Ning. His eyes were cold, and his lips curled into a sneer. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. In this battle, he had to kill Lin Xian with his own hands to redeem his reputation. In the distance, Lin Xian strode through the air like an exiled immortal, and he was confident and composed as he descended onto the arena. "Thief, today is the day you die." Zhu Ning glared at Lin Xian, his eyes burning with rage. "It seems that the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough." After that, the terrifying pressure of the venerables in the void also disappeared. Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and he sneered in his heart. Although he could not defeat the 2 venerables, they definitely could not stop him. When the time came, he was confident that he could kill those Divine Bird Palace disciples in an instant. When the time came, he would let those 2 old things go crazy. Lin Xian walked down the stage and returned to the lounge. The other geniuses who were participating in the competition looked dignified because Lin Xian was too strong. He killed a genius warrior with a single sword strike. His combat strength was probably not much different from a venerable's. Has he really reached that step and condensed a real martial soul? He Muya's heart trembled. The sword strike just now had stunned him. He carefully deduced and found that if it were him, he would not be able to stop it. Now, he did not even have the courage to fight Lin Xian. The faces of the Divine Bird Palace disciples were gloomy. They were angry, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with infinite fear. Zhu Ning was a very talented warrior among them. He had reached the half-step venerable's realm at the age of 17. He could be said to be a shocking genius. If such a genius was nurtured well, he even had the hope of breaking through to the king realm in the future. However, at this moment, he had been killed here. How could they not be shocked? Moreover, what made them even angrier was that Zhu Ning's death was too unjust. He did not even have the time to use his Earth-rank martial arts and bloodline power before he was killed. In the end, they had underestimated Lin Xian's strength. If he had been able to activate his bloodline power and use his Earth-rank martial arts at the beginning, perhaps the situation would be different. "Brother, don't worry. I will definitely kill him and avenge you." A young man with a cold expression looked at the corpse that was being carried back and said in a cold voice. His name was Zhu Yu, Zhu Ning's older brother. He was also the strongest among this group of young people. At this moment, Zhu Yu's hair was covered in a fierce aura. He was like a god of death, extremely terrifying. He sat down coldly and recuperated while waiting for the moment to battle Lin Xian. The scarlet-red blood on the super arena was washed clean, and the entire arena emanated a faint glow once more. In next to no time, it welcomed the second battle. The second battle was actually fought by the cold and arrogant golden-haired young man. His opponent was a blue-clothed swordsman, and he was a genius as well. Both of them were extremely formidable. Even though they didn't directly obtain the qualifications to enter the finals, their strength was obvious to all. Because they'd killed their way up step by step from amongst a myriad of people. During these past few days, all the cultivators in Quicksand City had witnessed their rise. Now that these 2 experts had challenged each other, it even caused countless people to shout madly. The golden-haired young man's aura was fierce. His handsome face that was sharp like a blade didn't carry any expression, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind while emanating dazzling golden light. He didn't move at all as he stood there, yet he emanated boundless pressure. It was like an enormous golden mountain that stood towering before everyone, and it caused others to feel suffocated. In particular, the golden rune on his forehead flickered from time to time, emitting a mysterious power. The aura emitted by the golden rune caused the hearts of the supremacies present to tremble. Some people even secretly estimated that the power of the golden rune could already threaten supremacies. Regardless of whether this guess was correct, it was enough to show how terrifying the golden-haired young man was. As for the blue-clothed swordsman, no one dared to underestimate him. This was because in the previous battle, he had already used his strength to prove himself. Many older generation figures speculated that the blue-clothed swordsman's strength was stronger than the Sand region's 4 great geniuses. Chapter 674. The low sound of a drum reverberated in the surroundings like muffled thunder. The second round of the finals had officially begun. The golden-haired young man was imposing without being angry. His body emitted endless golden light like a sun, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. At this moment, the dazzling golden light made everything around him pale in comparison, making the young man the only one in the entire world. He was like a golden god of war. Although he did not make a move, the aura from his single hand made people tremble. The blue-robed swordsman snorted coldly. He pulled out the long sword on his back and stabbed out quickly. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword radiance, like a long river flowing endlessly. It instantly cut through the oppressive aura. The blazing sword radiance shone brightly, dazzling and dazzling. It was like a divine light that quickly rushed toward the golden-haired young man. The golden-haired young man attacked fiercely with a punch. Golden light shone, and his entire fist seemed to be cast in gold, emitting a terrifying aura. The void shook, unable to withstand the force. The air in front of him was instantly sucked dry. The two terrifying forces intertwined, turning into countless energy waves that slammed in all directions. The sound of metal clashing came from the void, like a golden spear and armored horses tearing the sky apart. Fortunately, the entire arena was protected by a powerful defensive formation. Otherwise, this attack would have cracked the super arena. Luo River 3000. The blue-robed swordsman's surroundings shone brightly, and the water element aura quickly condensed, like roaring waves that surrounded him. In the end, these terrifying wave shadows accompanied the long sword in his hand and quickly slashed forward. The blue-robed swordsman used a sword technique, and the terrifying sword radiance turned into a vast surging ocean rolling forward. The sound of the waves soaring into the sky was deafening. It was like a raging wave hitting the shore, and the vast power covered half of the sky. The huge waves kept roaring, and even spread to the edge of the arena. They hit the 5-colored light screen, and a loud sound shook the sky. The 100,000 spectators below exclaimed. This sword was too terrifying. If it was not for the light screen, half of the arena would have been destroyed. The vast ocean of sword chi roared and swallowed the golden-haired young man in an instant. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman saw this scene and smiled with satisfaction. He waved his sword and tapped lightly in the void. Suddenly, the waves of sword chi in the distance churned continuously, forming a ferocious and terrifying sea beast, as if it was going to tear the golden-haired young man apart. The impact was so strong that the entire arena was shaking. Fortunately, the arena contained the vast power of a venerable. Otherwise, it would have been crushed into powder. The terrifying oceanic sword chi lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. The golden-haired young man's figure appeared again, but in the next moment, the 100,000 spectators let out an earth-shattering cry. That was because the golden-haired youth was still standing there coldly. There was not a single wound on his body. What? This is impossible. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman's pupils constricted, his face full of shock. Even if that sword had hit a genius, it would have been enough to seriously injure him. However, the golden-haired young man before him was not hurt at all. This was too strange. The The golden-haired man's body glowed with light. He was like a golden god of war. He took a step forward and his body instantly disappeared. He charged towards the blue-robed swordsman like lightning. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out quickly. Vast power condensed together, like a roaring golden flood dragon, quickly swimming in the void. In an instant, the golden flood dragon fist shadow was in front of the blue-robed swordsman. It roared into the sky, causing the entire arena to shake rapidly. The blue-robed swordsman used his sword steps and kept dodging. His body was like a blue ray of light, dragging a long tail of light, leaving behind afterimages in the void. However, the golden fist was too strong. It caused the entire space to become chaotic. The terrifying wind swept across the blue-robed swordsman's body and forced him to retreat. Fortunately, a water-blue sword chi rushed out of his body. It was as thick as a mountain and protected his body, preventing him from being smashed into pieces. The blue-robed swordsman suppressed his internal injuries and snorted coldly. He displayed the embryonic form of his martial soul. Crystal-clear blue water droplets, like the purest sapphires, shone around him like the stars in the sky. It was dreamy and illusory. Those crystal-clear water droplets lined up in front of his chest, forming a small blue sword that kept floating. Suddenly, a sharp aura rushed towards him. The blue light illuminated half of the arena. It was like a vast ocean, incomparably deep. In the next moment, the small blue sword flew out. It was as fast as lightning and instantly hit the golden-haired young man's body, sending him flying. Boom! The golden-haired young man was sent flying. His body crashed into the light screen, causing violent ripples. The golden light in front of his chest dimmed, but it still did not break. However, the powerful force made him bleed from the corner of his mouth. His opponent used the embryonic form of his martial soul, causing his blood to boil and causing him to suffer internal injuries. Kill! The golden-haired young man shouted coldly. It was the first time he spoke. He was like an angry lion, his body releasing a dazzling light. Then he roared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, like an ancient ferocious beast. The sound wave was ear-piercing. As the vast golden light spread in all directions, the small blue sword in front of his chest suddenly exploded, turning into countless water droplets that splashed in all directions. In front of him, the terrifying sound wave and golden light condensed, forming the shadow of a wild lion that ran in the air. That force caused the entire arena to tremble. Bang! The blue-robed swordsman was sent flying. The protective sword chi on his body cracked, and a bloody claw mark appeared on his chest. It was hideous and terrifying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell on the arena, his face full of fear. The 100,000 spectators below were also trembling. They did not expect the powerful blue-robed swordsman to lose so quickly. This golden-haired young man is very strong. The other participants also frowned, especially Hei Muya. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. His strength was similar to the blue-robed swordsman's, but at this moment, the blue-robed swordsman had been utterly defeated and could not resist at all. This made him feel bitter, and a very bad premonition arose in his heart. At least now, there were already 2 people he could not defeat. Moreover, there must be peerless experts among the others. He estimated that his strength was at most average. At this level, there was no chance for him to win the championship. To think that as a genius of the Sand region, he was revered by tens of thousands of people. But now, he was suppressed and could only look up to others. This feeling made him despair. The other geniuses were silent and had different expressions. Zhu Yu sat in an exquisite private room with his eyes closed. His only opponent was Lin Xian. He did not care about the others. The dark-skinned young man looked at the arena and revealed his snow-white teeth. His smile was very frightening. Xin Yao Tian snorted coldly. Starry halos shone around his body, making him look like a starry sky war god. The golden-haired young man was very strong, but he paid the most attention to Lin Xian. This was because he wanted to know if Lin Xian had broken through to that stage and condensed a true martial soul. After all, he had sent 2 experts to assassinate Lin Xian, but the results were fruitless. Chapter 675. Next, the competition proceeded quickly. Every battle was very exciting, making people scream non-stop. The dark-skinned youth's defense was strong. Nobody could break through his defense at all, so he won the competition very easily. Zhu Yu's face was full of killing intent. The moment he attacked, he unleashed a terrifying light of thunder and fire, instantly seriously injuring his opponent. Shen Yaonan was like the god of war, 108 rings of stars shining around his body. He also defeated his opponent easily. Half a day later, the 6 matches ended. Among them, the top 6 were also determined. The 6 were Lin Xian, the golden-haired youth, the dark-skinned youth, Zhu Yu, Shen Yaotian, and the last was He Muya. He used all of his strength, and only then did he barely defeat his opponent and successfully enter the top 6. The 6 experts each fought one side. Each of them emitted an incomparably powerful aura. That aura made 100,000 martial artists could only look up to them. These 6 people were too powerful. They were definitely the top existences of the younger generation. Among them, Lin Xian was the most eye-catching because he was the only person who killed a prodigy in one move. Some people even said that he had already successfully condensed a martial soul, standing above everyone else. The other 5 prodigies who won also looked at Lin Xian, battle intent shining in their eyes. There was no helping it, because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was the most mysterious. Nobody knew what realm he had reached. Mystery was the most terrifying. Very soon, the second round of the competition began. The first was the match between Shen Yaotian and He Muya. In the previous round, He Muya used all of his strength and barely won. But Shen Yaotian did not. He defeated his opponent very easily. Therefore, this battle seemed to have no suspense at all. Moreover, the result was indeed so. On the stage, He Muya's expression was nervous. Spiritual qi surged all over his body. Giant trees grew around him, occupying more than half of the stage. Behind him, the shadow of a giant black tree kept swaying, making rustling sounds. It was like a peerless demon, ferocious and terrifying. However, Shen Yaotian snorted in disdain. 108 rings of stars shone around his body. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of spiritual qi condensed, forming giant stars that fell down. Every single star seemed to be real. They were incomparably huge and burned with raging flames as they quickly descended. In an instant, all kinds of demonic trees on the arena were smashed. At the same time, the huge black tree shadow was also affected by the impact and became extremely dim. As if struck by lightning, He Muya's face became incomparably pale. Then he screamed in horror and didn't dare to fight anymore. With just one strike, his martial soul's embryonic form had been damaged. If the battle continued, it was very likely that his martial soul would shatter. Once the embryonic form of his martial soul was shattered, then he would lose the opportunity to enter the Exalt realm. He did not dare to take the risk and could only admit defeat. The 100,000 spectators below were in an uproar. They hadn't expected the Sand Region genius to admit defeat so quickly. He Muya's complexion was deathly pale. He wished he could find a hole in the ground to burrow into. However, he really didn't dare to continue fighting. He could only leave the stage in dejection amidst the cursing. Lin Xian also sneered and shook his head. Even without strength, it was impossible for Blackwood Cliff to become a true expert with such a cowardly heart. This kind of person was not worthy of being his opponent. The first match ended quickly just like that. Soon, the second match began. In this match, the golden-haired youth and the dark-skinned youth were battling. Although the two of them were new faces in Quicksand City, their valiant strength had already conquered the crowd. The golden-haired youth was incomparably mysterious. With just a whistle, he could injure a genius. This kind of combat strength was heaven-defying. The dark-skinned youth was even more impressive. His powerful defense was like a top-notch treasure. No one could break through it. Some older experts even analyzed that the defense was probably very powerful. It would be very difficult for anyone below the Exalt realm to break through it. Between the two of them, one had heaven-defying combat strength and the other had a powerful defense. Who would win if the two of them fought? This was what everyone was looking forward to the most. The golden-haired youth still didn't say a word. He stood there coldly like a golden god of war. However, the aura on his body became stronger. The golden light was very dazzling, as if it could pierce through the void. On the other hand, the dark-skinned youth revealed his snow-white teeth and smiled strangely. As if he could sense the strength of his opponent, the light on the golden-haired youth's body shone even brighter. The golden light intertwined in the air, forming an extraordinary majestic lion. The dark-skinned youth revealed his snow-white teeth. The spiritual energy on his body surged, forming mysterious runes that adhered to his dark skin. Ancient inscriptions, the older experts exclaimed. These runes were passed down from ancient times and contained mysterious energy. They had almost been lost. Who would have thought that they would appear on a youth? Ancient inscriptions, this person is indeed very powerful. Lin Xian sat in the lounge and stared at the arena with furrowed brows. He naturally knew the power of the ancient inscriptions because he had seen them in the hands of the Wine Lord. However, because his cultivation was insufficient at that time, he couldn't understand them at all, so the Wine Lord didn't pass them to him. However, something that could be used by the Wine Lord was definitely not ordinary. One could imagine how powerful these ancient inscriptions were. In the void, the mighty lion formed entirely from energy transformed into a golden streak of light and charged forward at high speed. It was so fast that the crowd couldn't see it clearly at all. They could only see a flash of light. The void trembled as wind and thunder rumbled as if it was being mercilessly torn apart by a pair of large hands. In an instant, the wild lion appeared in front of the dark-skinned youth. It roared ferociously and quickly slapped down. An earth-shattering sound resounded in all directions. Then, golden light flashed and turned into the purest energy that enveloped the entire arena. Haha, it's useless. The dark-skinned youth laughed loudly. Like a giant, he raised his hands and tore the golden light apart. The ancient inscriptions on his body flickered and formed a mysterious power that blocked all the golden light outside his body. Such a terrifying attack didn't cause any harm to him at all. Everyone gasped. Absolute defense? How could they fight? They couldn't break through his defense at all, let alone hurt him. Lin Xian was also surprised. The dark-skinned youth's defense was too powerful. It was definitely the strongest defense below the venerable realm. In the arena, the dark-skinned youth laughed loudly. He stomped his foot and charged out like a black demonic mountain. The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. If the arena hadn't been filled with the power of a venerable, it would have been turned into dust. Even so, the entire arena was shaking non-stop. In an instant, he arrived in front of the golden-haired youth and punched out with his right fist like an earth-demonic bear. An earth-shattering force surged out and instantly sucked the air in front of him. That punch was too terrifying. It was purely the power of the physical body, but even so, the prodigy didn't dare to take it head-on. The golden-haired youth was sent flying into the air, his body trembling non-stop. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.